Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 6 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the Akatsuki Mastermind controlling Shinobi history. Let the tale begin. Chapter 151, The Night of the Ninetales, Part 2. Inside the Umbu base. As the sound of a baby's cries echoed, Biwako Sarutobi approached Kushina and the fourth Hokage, cradling the newborn in her arms. While handing the baby to his parents, she smiled. Congratulations, fourth Hokage, it's a boy. Also, both mother and child are safe. But what do you plan to name him? I'd love to know, she added. Kushina, looking weak as she held her baby, responded along with Minato, his name is Naruto, the same as the protagonist in Jiraiya-sensei's book. The protagonist from Jiraiya's book. Biwako's expression turned a bit strange. Although she hadn't read Jiraiya's books, she knew they contained content inappropriate for children. Was it really a good idea to name a child after a character from such a book? Noticing her thoughts, Minato smiled and explained, yes, in Jiraiya-sensei's book, Naruto saves the world. I hope our child can do the same. Hearing this, Biwako realized she had misunderstood. After a brief chat, Biwako began explaining postpartum care and newborn concerns to the couple. Once finished, she headed out of the delivery room. However, at that moment, a vortex appeared inside the room. Obito, masked, swiftly killed Biwako with a single strike. He then appeared before Kushina and snatched Naruto from her arms, muttering to himself, "So, it's a boy. I've waited so long for this." Minato, who had just realized what was happening, glared at Obito and demanded, "Who are you?" Obito glanced at Minato and coldly replied, "Fourth Hokage, who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that your child is in my hands. I'm curious, if both your wife and child are in danger at the same time, which will you save first?" With that, Obito threw the baby into the air and lunged toward Kushina. Kushina, still weak, couldn't stop Obito from approaching her. All she could do was look at Minato, sending him a silent plea with her eyes. Understanding her signal, Minato vanished in an instant, catching the baby. Just as he was about to save Kushina, the baby's blanket began to glow with explosive tags. Without hesitation, Minato teleported Naruto out of the delivery room. A series of explosions echoed within the Umbu base. Upon hearing the commotion, Shikaku Nara and other ninjas appeared before Minato. Seeing Minato's grim expression and glancing at the blown-up delivery room in the distance, Shikaku quickly asked, "Minato, where did the enemy attack from? I didn't notice anything wrong here." Minato, with a dark expression, replied, "The attacker has mastered space-time ninjutsu and has taken Kushina. You all need to notify the third Hokage for backup. I'm going to capture the attacker." But before Shikaku even finished speaking, Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished, leaving only a flash of light in his wake. Watching Minato disappear, Shikaku and the Umbu ninjas exchanged stunned looks. Could there really be another ninja besides the fourth Hokage who had mastered space-time ninjutsu? However, there was no time to dwell on this. They had to immediately inform the third Hokage and other village leaders. While the enemy seemed to only be targeting Kushina, their real goal was likely Konoha itself. On the way to the Hokage's office, Shikaku and his team were suddenly struck with fear when they saw a mountain-sized figure looming in the distance. After the legendary battle between the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha in the Valley of the End, the most powerful of the tailed beasts, the Ninetales, had once again appeared before everyone, and this time as an enemy. The Ninetales was no ordinary beast. Its 9 tails, resembling giant serpents, could easily flatten a small forest with just a casual swing. Its claws and fangs could tear apart mountains and halt roaring rivers. Seeing this terrifying scene, Shikaku realized he had to stop the Ninetales from entering the village. If the Ninetales were to enter the heart of Konoha, the consequences would be unimaginable, with countless villagers falling victim to its rampage. If it were just him alone, even delaying the Ninetales would be impossible. Fortunately, Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka were nearby. With the Ino-Shikacho trio gathered, while they couldn't stop the Ninetales, they could at least buy some time. After instructing his subordinates to notify the third Hokage, Shikaku found Choza and Inoichi. The three elite jonin of Konoha exchanged glances and immediately unleashed their signature techniques, shouting toward the distant Ninetales. Ninja Art, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. Ninja Art, Multi-Size Jutsu. Ninja Art, Mind Transfer Jutsu. In an instant, Shikaku's shadow connected with the ground at a rapid speed, linking his shadow with the Ninetales, slowing the beast's movements for half a second. Seizing the opportunity, Inoichi controlled the Ninetales' body and began directing it away from the village. Meanwhile, Choza, having completed his multi-size jutsu, rushed forward to grapple with the Ninetales, using his enormous body to engage the beast in a fierce struggle. For a brief moment, the combined efforts of the Ino-Shikacho trio managed to hold the Ninetales in place. However, Shikaku Nara wasn't optimistic. He, Choza, and Inoichi could feel their chakra draining visibly, and they knew they could only maintain this effort for another 10 seconds or so. On the other hand, the Ninetales' chakra seemed nearly infinite, capable of fighting until sunrise without breaking a sweat. With a tremendous roar, the Ninetales broke free of the shadow imitation jutsu, expelling Inoichi from its mind, and pushing Choza aside, continuing its advance toward the heart of Konoha. Drenched in sweat, the Ino-Shikacho trio seemed to make a resolute decision, charging forward once more. They knew they absolutely couldn't allow the Ninetales to reach Konoha's center, even if it meant burning through all of their chakras. Seeing their determination, the elite Umbu members standing by also steeled themselves for what could be a fatal mission, rushing toward the Ninetales' location. A few minutes later, the Umbu responsible for notifying the higher-ups arrived at the third Hokage's quarters. As soon as they entered, they saw the third Hokage fully armored. The third Hokage, who had been in a heated discussion with the fourth Hokage, hadn't slept at all. The moment he sensed the Ninetales' chakra, he immediately began preparing for battle. Gazing at the area where the Ninetales was wreaking havoc, the third Hokage glanced at the Umbu in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Minato must have sent you. I've already dispatched people to inform Danzo and the police force to search for the intruder, while also guiding villagers to the shelters. Now, are you going to help evacuate the villagers, or will you join me in confronting the Ninetales?" With that, the third Hokage stepped out the door, gripping the Monkey King Enma, transformed into his staff, and swiftly headed toward the Ninetales. The Umbu exchanged glances before following the third Hokage, using their actions to answer him without words. Chapter 152, The Night of the Ninetales, Part 3. When the third Hokage arrived at the battlefield outside the village, the Ino-Shikacho trio was nearly exhausted. With a loud bang, after expending most of their chakra, the three were violently thrown to the ground, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Although the three of them were elite jonin of Konoha, renowned even in the entire shinobi world, the Ninetales was the strongest-tailed beast, often regarded as a natural disaster. The fact they had held out for so long was already their limit. The surrounding Konoha shinobi were all injured, their eyes filled with despair. They didn't know how to fight back against a tailed beast of such catastrophic power and could only hope for the arrival of a hero. At that moment, a few Konoha shinobi noticed the third Hokage in full battle armor, and hope instantly flickered in their eyes, raising their morale. The third Hokage was considered the strongest Hokage. Though he may not have matched the combat prowess of the first Hokage, who pacified the Warring States period, he had been Konoha's steadfast protector for decades and was undoubtedly the village's anchor of stability. Under the watchful eyes of the Konoha shinobi, the third Hokage did not disappoint. Leaping onto a high tower, he swung his staff, transformed by the Monkey King Enma. With a powerful sweep, the massive staff struck the Ninetales directly in the face. Boom! The Ninetales staggered back dozens of meters. Recovering quickly, the Ninetales, its beastly eyes filled with bloodlust, glared at the Konoha shinobi before once again lashing out with its 9 enormous tails. Chakra from the beast surged like waves, flooding the surrounding area. The Ninetales didn't know why it had been freed from its Jinchuriki seal or who had controlled its body, but at that moment, it only had one desire: revenge against Konoha. Having been imprisoned by the village for decades, it was finally time to unleash its wrath. Sensing the overwhelming, violent chakra of the Nine Tails, the faces of the Ino Shikacho trio turned grim, and the other Konoha Umbu could barely stand under the pressure. The only one unaffected by the chakra was the third Hokage, but even his expression was intensely serious. Given his current strength, if this were a battlefield, he could temporarily contend with the Nine Tails, even if he couldn't fully defeat it. He could whittle down the beast's chakra and, through the use of sealing jutsu, eventually suppress it. But this wasn't an open battlefield. Behind him lay the village of Konoha. He couldn't afford to rely on any strategies. The only option left was to fight the Nine Tails head-on, using his aging body to buy the younger generation of Konoha some time. Resolving himself to this, the third Hokage fearlessly charged forward, launching another attack against the Nine Tails. A few kilometers away from the battlefield, at Konoha's orphanage, the ground shook with the distant tremors, waking the children from their sleep. Under the guidance of the headmistress, Nono Yakushi, the children began heading toward the shelter. As they moved, many of the orphans couldn't help but glance toward the direction of the village outskirts. Although they couldn't see what was happening, the flashes of lightning on the horizon made them keenly aware of the intensity of the battle, and they understood the gravity of the situation for Konoha. Among the children, only Kabuto Yakushi remained calm. His intuition told him that his mentor, Byakuya, must know something about what was happening. With this thought in mind, Kabuto quietly slipped away from the group and returned to the orphanage. On the roof of the orphanage stood a familiar figure, the man Kabuto knew well, none other than Byakuya. What Kabuto didn't know was that the Byakuya standing before him was not a clone but a real body. After learning the specific details of Kushina's delivery, Byakuya used his mayfly technique to arrive that night. In addition to fulfilling certain objectives, he was also there to witness the iconic events of the Night of the Nine Tails. Kabuto climbed onto the roof, where the vantage point allowed him to see the battle raging outside the village. Sensing Kabuto's presence, Byakuya made space for him, chuckling softly, "Kabuto, are you here to watch the battle as well?" Kabuto's heart skipped a beat, and with some hesitation, he asked, "Sensei, could this attack on the village have anything to do with you? What do you think?" Byakuya answered with a question of his own. Seeing Kabuto's shocked expression, he shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't have the ability to release the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but the fact that the Jinchuriki would be attacked today was something I had anticipated. Since you're here, why not enjoy this rare battle with me?" Facing Byakuya's words, Kabuto Yakushi harbored doubts. He didn't believe that Byakuya hadn't had any involvement in tonight's attack. However, given Byakuya's power, even if he learned the truth, there would be little he could do about it. At this moment, there was a new development in the battle. With the third Hokage's fierce attacks and a steady stream of support from Konoha Shinobi, the Nine Tails had been pushed out of the village's boundaries. Seeing this, Kabuto felt a glimmer of relief. His anxiety eased considerably. Despite his dislike for Konoha due to his hometown's destruction and the threats from Root, Konoha had been his home for 2 years, and the orphanage was like family to him. If the orphanage were destroyed by the Nine Tails, the children there would be left homeless. Noting Kabuto's evident concern, Byakuya seemed to have an idea and turned to him, saying, "Kabuto, do you think Konoha will make it through this crisis?" Kabuto was momentarily taken aback by the question, unsure of Byakuya's intent. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly replied, "If you don't intervene, the Nine Tails shouldn't be able to overcome Konoha. The Hokage and the 3 Sannin are very strong." Byakuya smiled at this response. If Konoha could truly unite, the Nine Tails would be nothing more than a pet, but if Konoha could have achieved that level of unity, tonight's attack wouldn't have happened in the first place. Kabuto couldn't quite understand what Byakuya was getting at. The elder seemed enigmatic and indifferent, almost dismissive of both the Hokage and the Nine Tails, as if neither were particularly formidable. Feeling puzzled, Kabuto hesitated before asking, "Are you really not planning to get involved in today's events? The orphanage might be in danger, and I don't want to see them harmed." Byakuya glanced at Kabuto and replied, "I won't easily intervene. Don't think you can trick me, but are you interested in following me around the village to see how the various ninja clans of Konoha are dealing with tonight's attack?" Kabuto instinctively wanted to refuse but eventually nodded. Byakuya didn't waste any more time, leading Kabuto back to the second floor of the orphanage. After setting up a ceiling barrier to block any sensory perception, he began using one of the Sharingan's abilities to project live feeds from various locations around Konoha. Chapter 153, The Night of the Ninetales, Part 4. At the root base. After receiving orders to support the third and fourth Hokage, Danzo did not immediately head to the front line to assist with the Ninetales rampage. Instead, he gathered all his subordinates and went to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan compound. Seeing this, Ryoma Aburame asked in confusion, "Danzo-sama, shouldn't we be heading to support the third and fourth Hokage? Why have we come to the Uchiha compound?" Danzo glanced at Ryoma with tried eyes before signing. "Ryoma, do you think the third and fourth Hokage can't handle the Ninetales? Do they really need our support?" Ryoma nodded slightly, though he remained somewhat puzzled. Certainly, with the strength of the third and fourth Hokage, they should be more than capable of dealing with the Ninetales. However, just because they can handle the Ninetales doesn't mean Roots ninjas can ignore the crisis unfolding before them. Danzo sighed quietly at Ryoma's lack of insight. As his subordinate, Ryoma should have been more perceptive than this. If Orochimaru were present, he would have understood Danzo's intentions, and his student Byakuya would certainly have grasped the underlying meaning. But Orochimaru was disloyal and had left the village to gather experimental materials, and Byakuya was a schemer who used Danzo's tactics against him. Despite Ryoma's dullness, his loyalty was undeniable. After a moment's thought, Danzo continued, "Ryoma, you only see the Ninetales causing chaos and conflict after breaking free from the host seal, but you haven't seen the truth behind it." "What truth?" Ryoma asked, puzzled. Danzo looked at Ryoma and said, "The Ninetales' escape from its seal is no simple matter. There must be a ninja behind this, orchestrating the whole conspiracy. Who do you think has the capability to control the Ninetales? Could it be Uchiha?" Ryoma hesitated for a moment before answering. Danzo nodded with a grin. "That's right. Only the Uchiha's Sharingan can control the Ninetales. The reason the Ninetales broke free from its host must be that the Uchiha knew the host's delivery time and deliberately chose this moment to manipulate the Ninetales into attacking." Ryoma was somewhat skeptical of Danzo's explanation and muttered to himself, "But Danzo-sama, if the Uchiha really had the ability to control tailed beasts, they should have used them in previous battles against the IWA and Mist villages to turn the tide and gain the position of Hokage." The mention of Hokage made Danzo's expression shift. He knew there were logical flaws in his reasoning that couldn't stand up to scrutiny. However, he trusted the teachings of his mentor, Tobirama. The Uchiha were inherently evil ninjas, and under the influence of the Sharingan and chakra, their actions were unpredictable. This attack on the Ninetales host was certainly orchestrated by the Uchiha. With a serious expression, Danzo answered, "Follow my orders. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot let the Uchiha find an opportunity to attack the village." "Yes, Danzo-sama." As his subordinates responded, Danzo's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the location of the Ninetales. He had brought his team to the outskirts of the Uchiha compound not only to guard against the Uchiha but also to preserve his strength, hoping for a future chance to become Hokage. He remembered a year ago when he had provided Byakuya with 2 strategies for seizing power. One was to develop quietly, waiting for all competitors to die off, and then naturally take the position of village leader through experience and influence. The other was to step up during a village crisis, becoming a hero in the eyes of the people and using absolute prestige and reputation to become the highest leader of the village. Danzo had always been intent on implementing the second strategy. Despite having the opportunity to become a hero, Danzo often hesitated, unwilling to risk death to become a figure of glory. In this regard, Byakuya's harsh words were accurate. Danzo indeed lacked the courage to be a hero. At the Uchiha clan compound. As Danzo led Root to block the Uchiha compound, chaos erupted within the Uchiha clan. The moment the Ninetales appeared outside the village, they sensed its vast and violent chakra. Rather than causing them to retreat, the raging chakra of the Ninetales ignited their fighting spirit. They were eager to head to the battlefield to reclaim the Uchiha clan's honor. However, when the Uchiha ninjas assembled and appeared before the security building, they found root ninjas blocking their way. The message from the Hokage was clear: the Uchiha security force must remain in the compound and not step outside under any circumstances, or it would be considered treason. The command caused an immediate and severe reaction among the Uchiha ninjas. Some of them were ready to defy the order and leave the compound, but they were stopped by Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. Wearing his security force captain uniform, Fugaku said sternly, "Everyone, stay put. Do not step outside the compound." Captain Fugaku: "Why?" "Yes, why are the Umbu preventing us from going out? If we don't support the village now, what will the ninjas and villagers think of us? They'll think we Uchiha are cowards, lacking even the courage to fight. Yes, we can accept death, but we cannot allow the Uchiha honor to be tarnished." Fugaku scanned the crowd, making eye contact with every Uchiha ninja. His tone was firm and unyielding as he said, "This is the Hokage's order. Do you want to be considered traitors? This is the Nine Tails attacking the village, and while we haven't made any move against the host, only we Uchiha have the capability to control the Nine Tails and the entire ninja world. It's only natural for the village to be wary of us." At this moment, an Uchiha Jonin stepped forward and said, "But we really haven't attacked the Nine Tails. If we had the ability to control it, why would we have waited until now?" Fugaku glanced at the Jonin and replied, "Precisely because we are innocent, we must not leave the compound. Otherwise, we will be unable to clear our names in the aftermath of tonight's chaos. For the honor of the Uchiha, please be patient. The fourth Hokage, unlike the previous Hokages, does not discriminate against us Uchiha. He has issued many policies favorable to us in recent months. I believe that after tonight ends, the fourth Hokage will clear our suspicions." Chapter 154, Byakuya's Small Wish. On the second floor of the orphanage. After watching the live feed from Root and the Uchiha security force, Kabuto's face was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why Danzo, the leader of Root, had chosen to station his troops at the Uchiha compound instead of heading directly to support the third and fourth Hokage against the rampaging Nine Tails. Both parties aimed to protect Konoha, so why were they stuck in internal strife due to suspicion and mistrust instead of joining forces to confront the Nine Tails? Was tonight's attack on Konoha really related to the Uchiha? Kabuto's mind wandered with various theories, but he quickly dismissed them upon glancing at his mysterious senior, Byakuya. Compared to the possibility of the Uchiha manipulating the Nine Tails, Byakuya seemed to be a more immediate concern. However, Kabuto still did not understand Byakuya's presence in the village. If Byakuya were an enemy of Konoha, he would have used this opportunity to cause massive destruction, not stay behind to watch the chaos unfold. If Byakuya were an ally, he should have already rushed to help. Was Byakuya really just here to observe, indifferent to the risk of being mistaken as an enemy and getting into trouble with Konoha? As Kabuto pondered, Byakuya ended the surveillance jutsu. In the past few minutes, Byakuya had gathered a good understanding of Konoha's military disposition. It was time to set his plan into motion. His plan was to use Obito's attack on Kushina as a diversion and seize the sealing technique stored in the Hokage building during the ensuing chaos. This would provide critical support for Akatsuki's future operations. With the projection jutsu turned off, Kabuto, slightly disoriented, looked at Byakuya and asked, "Senior, what should we do next?" Byakuya glanced at Kabuto and replied, "I plan to visit the Hokage building. Would you like to come along? I don't mind taking a little one like you for a tour." Kabuto was alarmed by Byakuya's offer and shook his head vigorously. "I appreciate the offer, but I'd prefer to stay here with the headmaster. The headmaster and the others still need my care." "If you're not interested, then so be it," Byakuya said with a hint of regret. "I was hoping to use this opportunity to take you out of Konoha, but it seems you're still attached to it. Well, I hope you make good use of the books I left in the room. We'll meet again in the future." Without giving Kabuto a chance to respond, Byakuya vanished into the shadows. Kabuto watched in a daze as Byakuya's figure leaped away. Byakuya wasn't joking, he was indeed heading toward the Hokage building. It seemed Byakuya's strength was as formidable as he had imagined, comparable to that of the 5 Kage. If Kabuto had such power, the headmaster wouldn't have to worry about the troubles from root. When would he be strong enough to protect the orphanage himself? Kabuto's thoughts were filled with mixed emotions. Then he remembered Byakuya's final words. Rushing back to his bed, Kabuto found a sealing scroll on his desk. When he opened it, a voice recording played, detailing several high-level jutsu scrolls and a sum of 500,000 ryo. On the other hand, upon sensing that his scroll had been opened, Byakuya's lips curled into a faint smile. He understood orphans like Kabuto very well. A little kindness could leave a lasting impression. The few months Byakuya had spent with Kabuto had surely left an indelible mark on him. Once Kabuto grew stronger, Byakuya would gain a powerful ninja far surpassing the level of a Kage. With the ability to perform the impure world reincarnation and having partially evolved into a snake sage in the Ryuchi cave, Kabuto was nearly qualified to engage in battles between the Akatsuki clan members. These were beings capable of traversing the starry sky and achieving immortality. Yet, with his efforts and plans, there might still be a chance to surpass them in the future. Meanwhile, Byakuya arrived at the Hokage building. Due to the Ninetales' attack on Konoha, the Hokage building was under strict lockdown. The guards were on high alert, their nerves as taut as a bowstring, vigilantly monitoring every movement around them. However, the strongest ninjas in the Hokage building were not these guards, but the 3rd and 4th Hokage. Byakuya easily bypassed the guards' patrols and arrived at the Hokage's office. He comfortably settled into the Hokage's chair and looked up at the portraits of the Hokage displayed in the room. The first Hokage appeared somewhat bumbling, lacking the commanding presence one might expect from the founder of Konoha. The second Hokage had a sharp, suspicious gaze, as if everyone owed him money. His eyes were filled with doubt and vigilance. In contrast, the 3rd Hokage's portrait depicted him as a mature and steady leader, which made sense considering his tenure was longer than the combined terms of the previous 2 Hokage. Even with the 4th Hokage, his term still far surpassed theirs. Byakuya showed little interest in the portrait of the 4th Hokage. He would soon meet this short-lived Hokage and perhaps even have a chance to discuss past connections with him, and maybe even take care of the Death God mask in the process. Standing up from the Hokage's chair, Byakuya casually took the key from the safe. He went to the storage room where the sealing book was kept, used the key to open the door, and, sensing the sealing barrier inside, easily dispelled the vortex sealing jutsu. In the center of the room, the sealing book was displayed on a pedestal. Byakuya grabbed the sealing book, casually flipped through a few pages to confirm the presence of the corpse hell sealing jutsu, and then summoned a wood clone to take the book and leave the Hokage building. After successfully securing the sealing book, Byakuya did not leave immediately. Instead, he changed into an Umbu uniform and donned an animal mask before heading to the rooftop of the Hokage building. The rooftop offered an excellent vantage point. From there, Byakuya could overlook a large portion of Konoha and observe the battle between the Konoha ninjas and the Ninetales. The Ninetales was the strongest of the tailed beasts, but Konoha was the strongest ninja village. With the arrival of the 3rd Hokage, the 2 advisors, and top ninjas such as Jiraiya and Tsunade, the Ninetales began to show signs of weakening. Defeat was only a matter of time. Realizing that further conflict was futile, Obito, controlling the Ninetales, shifted his gaze as if crossing space and time, focusing on the Hokage rock above the Hokage building. If the so-called Hokage were merely a joke, then the Hokage rock, symbolizing the Hokage's authority, was also unworthy of continuing to exist. By destroying the Hokage rock, even if this attack failed, it would still deliver a significant blow to Konoha's morale. With this thought, Obito commanded the Ninetales to gather a tailed beast bomb. A dark sphere suddenly appeared in front of the Ninetales, rapidly absorbing the surrounding chakra. The sphere quickly expanded to the size of a building in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the Ninetales unleashed the tailed beast bomb, hurling it towards the Hokage rock with unstoppable force. Seeing this, the 3rd Hokage and others who were still fighting were momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected the Ninetales to abandon its fight with them and directly target the Hokage rock with the tailed beast bomb. If the tailed beast bomb were to hit the Hokage rock, even if the village survived this disaster, it would suffer immense damage and take many years to recover. At this moment, they had no time to stop it and could only hope for a miracle. On the rooftop, Byakuya also noticed the incoming tailed beast bomb but remained calm and showed no intention of avoiding it. Instead, he simply raised his middle finger at the approaching bomb. Chapter 155, The Advancing Golden Flash. As Byakuya noticed the incoming tailed beast bomb, the guards at the Hokage building did as well. Unlike Byakuya, their faces turned pale with despair. As they scrambled to find places to take cover from the impending explosion, they noticed Byakuya on the rooftop. They couldn't understand why Byakuya wasn't trying to evade the tailed beast bomb. It was a terrifying weapon capable of obliterating an entire town. Without strength comparable to the Hokage, no one could survive such an explosion. What they didn't know was that Byakuya wasn't avoiding the tailed beast bomb because he had the power to battle the Ninetales or because his would release and Sharingan could counter all tailed beasts. Instead, he knew that Minato, the fourth Hokage, would definitely come to the rescue. Half a second later, just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike the Hokage rock, Minato appeared on the cliffside. In his Hokage robes, Minato moved swiftly across the rock face, using kunai to set up his flying thunder god jutsu. He quickly bit his finger and chanted, summoning jutsu. The next moment, Gamabunta, the toad boss, descended from the sky and crashed heavily into the distant Ninetales. At the same instant, the flying thunder god jutsu successfully transported the tailed beast bomb, causing it to land in an uninhabited area several kilometers away. Witnessing this, all the Konoha ninjas present breathed a sigh of relief and engraved the image of the fourth Hokage into their memories. Once again, the fourth Hokage had turned the tide, saving Konoha from disaster. Among the crowd, Byakuya also took note of Minato's heroic figure. If Minato hadn't shown up, it would have been Byakuya who would have taken the spotlight. Byakuya hadn't had the time to evade the tailed beast bomb. If he had tried to withstand it, he would have exposed his identity. Becoming a hero of Konoha might have interfered with his subsequent plans. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Minato didn't have time to accept the crowd's gratitude. He had only come here because he sensed the village was in danger. Now, he needed to continue pursuing and eliminating the attacker responsible for this assault. Minato locked onto Obito's position and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu again. Appearing in the forest, Minato immediately spotted the masked man standing still and, not far from him, Kushina lying within a ceiling array with their child, Naruto, beside her. Wasn't Naruto supposed to be protected? How did he end up with Kushina? But it seemed the enemy had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he was preparing for a final battle. Obito, seeing Minato, smirked and said, "Fourth Hokage, did you enjoy my little gift? If you can't stop me, your village, your wife, and your child will all die by my hand." Hearing this, Minato's face darkened, and undeniable killing intent surged in his eyes as he growled, "No matter who you are, I will not let you escape." Seeing Minato's enraged expression, Obito's face grew grim. As he wrapped his chain scythe around his hand, he lunged at Minato. Minato was also ready for battle, gripping his kunai tightly as he prepared for the confrontation. With his mastery of space-time ninjutsu, Minato knew how powerful it could be. Today, he had to ensure that this enemy would stay in Konoha, otherwise, similar attacks would continue to plague the village. Both were incredibly fast ninjas, and they collided in the blink of an eye. After deflecting Minato's kunai, Obito slipped into his intangible state, hoping to avoid the kunai's thrust. He then aimed to stab Minato in the heart with his scythe. Having successfully become intangible, Obito's mask seemed to show a victorious smirk as he envisioned his triumph. Although the Flying Thunder God Jutsu was powerful, with the addition of the Kamui ability, Minato, who only knew the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, was no longer a match for him. This was the might of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, when the attack failed, Minato staggered slightly, indicating that the battle was far from over. Minato was astonished. Despite landing a kunai in Obito's body, Obito had used some form of space-time ability to evade the fatal blow. Had Obito's body already shifted to another dimension? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Minato devised a new plan. Minato first traversed through Obito's body with his kunai, and just as Obito was vanishing, he used the second stage of his Flying Thunder God Jutsu to reappear directly above Obito. Flying Thunder God Second Stage. Rasengan. With a cold, emotionless shout, Minato's Rasengan slammed into Obito's back with overwhelming force, shattering rocks and breaching Obito's defenses. The impact fractured Obito's bones and internal organs. Obito, struck by such a powerful attack, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe the gap between him and Minato was so vast. The young Byakuya's words had proven true. Although he had mastered space-time abilities, he was still inexperienced against top-tier shinobi. Without hesitation, Obito summoned the Nine Tails again, planning to use its power to overcome his former teacher. Taking advantage of Obito's dazed state, Minato reappeared in front of him and performed a contract seal. From their previous engagement, Minato had identified the Nine Tails as Obito's summoned beast. However, he was puzzled as to why the Nine Tails was Obito's summon and why Obito's combat experience was so lacking. Minato, not fully understanding the situation, left a Flying Thunder God mark on Obito before creating distance. Seizing the opportunity, Obito quickly used his intangibility technique, retreating several meters and vanishing into a vortex. He had lost. He had thoroughly been defeated by his former teacher. If he didn't escape now, he might lose his life. He had to flee for now and return later to execute his plans to weaken Konoha. Minato didn't spare another glance at the fleeing Obito. His wife was still gravely injured, and with the Nine Tails released due to the contract seal, he needed to defeat the beast to protect the village and his family. On the other side, Obito emerged from the Kamui dimension, collapsing on a clearing in the Forest of Death. As he lay there, weak and battered, Black Zetsu looked at him with disdain. He ordered White Zetsu to heal Obito while speaking with a stern expression. "Obito, it seems your plan has failed. Now, do you understand the risks this failure has brought upon us? After this attack, the Fourth Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki will certainly conduct a thorough investigation. With a space-time ninja under scrutiny, the Eye of the Moon plan will be even more difficult to achieve than before." Obito, unable to respond due to the pain, could only listen. Black Zetsu continued, "But it's not all bad. Byakuya has also arrived in Konoha. He will clean up this mess for you." Chapter 156, The Darkness Hidden in the Shadows. After learning from Black Zetsu that Byakuya had arrived in Konoha, Obito's face immediately changed. Although Byakuya was also a participant in the Eye of the Moon plan, he constantly overshadowed Obito. Not only could he, like Minato Namikaze, see through Obito's space-time ninjutsu, but his strategic mind was even more refined. Obito had just managed to develop a plan to weaken Konoha, spending a lot of time preparing for it. Yet at the critical moment, he was defeated by his former teacher and now had to watch Byakuya take credit for his work. This was something Obito, who had always been sensitive and fragile, could not accept. The wounds on his body, which had only just begun to heal, ripped open again. Seeing Obito show such a vulnerable side, Black Zetsu secretly shook his head. Compared to Byakuya, Obito was far too immature. It made Black Zetsu wonder why Uchiha Madara had chosen Obito in the first place. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu turned his gaze to where the Nine Tails was, eagerly anticipating Byakuya's return with good news. Deep in the dark forest, Byakuya was observing a battle between powerful shinobi of Kage level. The two sides in combat were Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and the Nine Tails, which had broken free from the control of the Sharingan. In this narrow space, they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. To be honest, the battle between the Fourth Hokage, the red-hot habanero couple, and the Nine-Tailed Fox wasn't all that thrilling. As the Fourth Hokage, Minato was incredibly powerful, but after transferring the Tailed Beast bomb and fighting against the masked man Obito, he had little chakra left. Kushina was even weaker, having just gone through childbirth and being in a state of extreme exhaustion. While the Ninetales was the strongest of the tailed beasts, it had just been controlled by the Sharingan and fought a fierce battle with Konoha's Shinobi. It too was running low on chakra, well, not really. At this moment, both sides were on the verge of collapse, and the battle could end at any moment. However, it is in moments like these that incredible willpower and battle strategy can emerge, and Byakuya certainly wouldn't miss such a spectacular display. After dodging the Ninetales' claws, Kushina unleashed the last of her chakra. Suddenly, 8 golden chains, each tens of meters long, shot out from her back. The chains crossed over one another, locking the Ninetales firmly to the ground, making even the slightest movement difficult. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Minato quickly summoned Gamabunta. Gamabunta landed heavily on top of the Ninetales, then drew a short sword over 10 meters long from his waist, thrusting it into the Ninetales' body, impaling it. Seeing this, Byakuya couldn't help but marvel at the powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan. Even on the verge of death, they could summon enough strength to suppress a tailed beast temporarily. The giant toads of Mount Myaboku also deserved respect. Though Gamabunta wasn't as strong as a tailed beast, Mount Myaboku had 3 such powerful toads. Combined with the mysterious Great Toad Sage, Mount Myaboku's strength rivaled that of a shinobi village. But while temporarily suppressing the Ninetales was one thing, fully defeating it was far more difficult. A tailed beast's greatest strength wasn't its destructive power but its terrifying regenerative ability. As Byakuya pondered, the Ninetales launched a counterattack. Lowering its head to gather chakra, the Ninetales began forming a tailed beast bomb in its mouth. It intended to fire this bomb at the ground to break free from Kushina's sealing technique. A tailed beast's life force is boundless. Even if it dies momentarily, it will eventually resurrect over time. Sensing the immense energy in the tailed beast's bomb, Gamabunta swung his sword at it. A mushroom cloud erupted between the two giants and the violent explosion even caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. When the explosion subsided, half of the Ninetales' phase had been blown off, and Gamabunta had returned to Mount Myaboku. Minato and Kushina were thrown dozens of meters away by the shockwave, like leaves in a storm, with blood trickling from their mouths. Seeing the Ninetales in the distance, rapidly regenerating, Minato looked at Kushina with a serious expression and said, "Kushina, it seems we won't survive this day." Kushina was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Why?" "You can use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. There's no need to die with me. Besides, after a Jinchuriki has the tailed beast extracted, they don't have much time left to live anyway." Minato Namikaze shook his head gently, smiling softly as he replied, "Kushina, I can't just stand by and watch you die, nor can I allow the Ninetales to roam free outside of Konoha." After a brief pause, he continued, "I intend to use the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Ninetales into Naruto." Hearing this, Kushina froze in place, looking over at baby Naruto crying in his swaddling clothes. She said, "But what about Naruto? He's already lost his mother, he can't lose his father too. I believe Naruto can take care of himself. I also believe in the Konoha we've sacrificed our lives to protect." Minato gave a forced smile, then pulled out the Shinigami mask. His hands swiftly formed seals, completing the hand signs for the Reaper Death Seal. A spectral figure of the Grim Reaper appeared behind Minato, its previously shut eyes now wide open. Seeing Minato perform the Reaper Death Seal, Kushina sighed in her heart. Since Minato had made his decision, as his wife, she could only support him. She used the last of her life force to restrain the Ninetales' movements. Sensing the terror of the Reaper Death Seal, a look of fear spread across the Ninetales' vicious face. It didn't want to be imprisoned inside a Jinchuriki's body again, nor did it want to spend decades staring at 2 grim-faced women. As a tailed beast, it had the right to roam freely across the land. Noticing the panic on the Ninetales' face, Kushina smiled and said, "Ninetales, I'm sorry I can't stay with you any longer, but my son will still be with you." The Ninetales struggled fiercely against the Reaper Death Seal, growling and cursing. However, the strength of the Reaper Death Seal exceeded the Ninetales' expectations. Under its power, the Nine Tails was swiftly split in two. Half was sealed inside Naruto, while the other half was devoured by the Grim Reaper. After completing this, Minato had burned through all his life force. Just before his soul was taken away by the Grim Reaper, he looked at Kushina and severed part of her chakra, sealing it within himself. The reason Minato used the Reaper Death Seal wasn't just to protect Konoha by keeping the Nine Tails, but also to preserve Kushina's chakra, allowing her to witness Naruto growing up someday. With great effort, he walked over to Naruto's side and, looking down at his son in the swaddling cloth, said with a complex expression, "I wish I could see you grow up, but unfortunately, your father is a weak man. Having chosen to be Hokage, I naturally have to bear the responsibilities that come with it." At that moment, an untimely voice echoed in Minato's ear, "Fourth Hokage, you truly are an incompetent Hokage, so incompetent that you can't even see Konoha's true face. Do you really think Konoha will take care of Naruto?" Chapter 157, The Fall of the Fourth Hokage. Upon hearing the voice, Minato immediately looked toward its source. After focusing, Minato saw a figure hiding within the forest. This person was dressed in the uniform of the Umbu, wearing an animal mask, looking exactly like any other member of the Umbu. What made Minato particularly wary was the fact that he couldn't sense this person's chakra. This could mean two things: either this person had chakra levels similar to an ordinary civilian and was thus overlooked, or this individual had the ability to conceal their chakra far beyond Minato's ability to sense. It was clear that the figure in front of him was the latter, a ninja whose strength was impossible to gauge. After observing for a few moments, Minato narrowed his gaze. Suddenly, he recalled the moment half an hour ago when he transferred the tailed beast's bomb. This figure had appeared on the rooftop of the Hokage's office, but Minato had ignored them at the time. Feeling his chakra fading, Minato tried to get up and confront the intruder, only to find he was no longer capable. The mysterious figure appeared in an instant beside him and Kushina, cradling the infant Naruto in their arms. While soothing Naruto, the figure said, "What a truly adorable child. He should bear his mother's name, Uzumaki Naruto, right?" The ninja holding Naruto was none other than Byakuya. After witnessing Minato's use of the Reaper Death Seal, Byakuya knew he could no longer delay and appeared before Minato and Kushina. Staring intently at Byakuya, Minato asked coldly, "Who are you, and what's your connection to the masked man from earlier?" Byakuya glanced at Minato and replied indifferently, "Why should I tell you? That masked man you mentioned is indeed a fool. I even warned him that your Flying Thunder God technique would be tricky, and yet he still lost to you." Hearing these words, Minato felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. So, they really were working together. What had these two been through, and why were they both targeting Konoha? However, Minato no longer had the strength to stop them. At this moment, Byakuya silently picked up the Grim Reaper mask from the ground and moved over to Kushina's side. Due to excessive blood loss, Kushina had already passed out. Byakuya first stitched up her wounds and then took out a blood bag, administering it to her. Seeing this, Minato was taken aback. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Byakuya glanced at him and replied, "Obviously, I'm saving her." "What, the fourth Hokage doesn't even know how to dress wounds?" Minato frowned and asked, "Why are you saving Kushina?" Byakuya paused for a moment, his expression cold. "If you don't want me to, I can stop right now. After all, Konoha has already paid its price, so it makes no difference to me." "Price?" Minato was puzzled. Then, recalling that Byakuya had appeared on the Hokage's rooftop earlier, he started to piece things together. "Did you sneak into the Hokage office and steal something?" Byakuya nodded slightly. "I took something, yes. But I prefer to think of it as a transaction. The life of the Hokage's wife should be worth more than a bunch of old scrolls, don't you think?" Minato didn't know how to respond, but he couldn't let Byakuya abandon Kushina's rescue. However, the chances of a Jinchuriki surviving after losing their tailed beast were slim. Did this man truly have the ability to save Kushina? Reading Minato's thoughts, Byakuya said calmly, a Jinchuriki dies after the tailed beast is extracted because they lose a massive amount of life force and soul energy all at once. But if life force is replenished in time, it can delay death. And it just so happens that I possess this ability, and I've been tasked by a certain someone to come and assist one of the Uzumaki clan's more disappointing members. Tasked by someone? Disappointing clan member? Minato picked up on something strange and asked Byakuya, who sent you here? Was it Amigakure or the Akatsuki? Is your name Byakuya? As Minato Namikaze bombarded Byakuya with questions, Byakuya, growing impatient, said coldly, you're a dying man. Stop asking so much and obediently stay inside the belly of the Reaper. You. Minato tried to speak, but before he could finish, Byakuya reached into Minato's body, forcibly extracting his soul and sealing it directly into the Reaper mask. This mask, meticulously crafted by Byakuya, was different from the original version. Normally, the Reaper mask allowed one to summon the Shinigami during the Reaper Death Seal casting, using the user's chakra and soul to trap both the caster and their target within the Shinigami's stomach. However, Byakuya had modified this function. Having obtained some of the abilities of the Rinnegan, he replaced the Reaper's summoning ritual with a summoning of the King of Hell from the Path of Hell. This allowed him to redirect the sealing location of half of the Nine Tails and Minato's soul into himself. Of course, such a modification came at a cost. To substitute the Reaper and seal half of the Nine Tails, Byakuya had expended a massive amount of chakra. He had almost reached his limit. If Minato had tried to seal the entire Nine Tails, the ritual might have failed altogether. But in the end, Byakuya walked away with the best outcome. Not only did he secure half of the Nine Tails, but he also obtained the soul of the Fourth Hokage. This would allow him to potentially summon Minato later with the Edo Tensei reanimation jutsu, granting the Akatsuki a powerful warrior with mastery over space-time ninjutsu. Shaking himself from these thoughts, Byakuya turned his gaze toward Kushina and Naruto. Naruto, now the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the reincarnation of Asura, held tremendous potential. If Byakuya were to take Naruto and train him, his potential would far surpass that of Orochimaru's apprentice, Kabuto. But after a moment of consideration, Byakuya discarded this impractical idea. While he might have displayed an air of superiority in front of Minato, facing both Minato and Kushina in a direct battle would have been risky. If he kidnapped Naruto now, the 5 great shinobi nations would declare war on the Akatsuki much sooner. Byakuya had no desire to live a life constantly on the run from the entire shinobi world. However, Kushina, who was still unconscious, and the body of the Fourth Hokage could be of use. With that in mind, Byakuya quickly performed a series of hand seals, creating a wood clone. Together with his clone, they began moving Kushina and Minato's body, heading deep underground. Not long after Byakuya left, the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally arrived at the scene with a large contingent of Anbu. Upon seeing the destruction wrought by the battle, Hiruzen's heart sank. He had a bad feeling about what had transpired. As he moved toward the center of the battlefield, he spotted Naruto, now soundly asleep in his swaddling clothes. At that moment, the Anbu commander beside him asked, "Lord Third, where are the Fourth Hokage, his wife, and the Nine Tails? Why have they suddenly disappeared?" Hiruzen glanced at the sleeping Naruto, sensing the immense chakra of the Nine Tails within the infant. Coupled with the faint chakra residue in the area, a theory began to form in his mind. After a deep sigh, Hiruzen said softly, "Minato and Kushina have likely sacrificed themselves. Before they died, they must have sealed the Nine Tails into their child." Chapter 158, How does it feel to attack Konoha? Have Lord Minato and Lady Kushina really sacrificed themselves? Hearing the news of the Fourth Hokage and Kushina's deaths, the surrounding Konoha shinobi were visibly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They couldn't fathom that the Fourth Hokage, who had just been seen saving the village atop Hokage Rock, had died during the process of sealing the Nine Tails, leaving not even a body behind. Wait, if Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki have both perished, then where are their bodies? The thought crossed the mind of the Anbu commander, who turned to Hiruzen, saying, "Lord Third, there are no remains of Lord Minato or Lady Kushina here. Could it be that they haven't died and are just hiding somewhere to heal? Hearing this, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and pondered, Shin, your guess isn't without reason, but the only technique capable of sealing the Nine Tails in such a short time is the Reaper Death Seal. However, our priority now is to settle the villagers and investigate the culprit. If Minato and Kushina were still alive, they wouldn't have left this child behind. After speaking, the third Hokage picked up the baby Naruto from the ground and headed back towards the village. His words left the surrounding shinobi with heavy hearts. Though they didn't want to believe that the fourth Hokage and his wife had sacrificed themselves, the facts were in front of them. Whether it's the loss of a tailed beast from a Jinchuriki or the use of a forbidden technique like the Reaper Death Seal, the user would be doomed. Glancing at the full moon in the sky and the extinguished lights in the distance, the Konoha shinobi sighed softly and followed the third Hokage. After evading the Byakugan scouts from the Hyuga clan, Byakuya arrived at the prearranged meeting point with Black Zetsu. At this moment, Obito was sitting on the ground, transplanting limbs from White Zetsu. When he saw Byakuya approaching, his expression immediately darkened. He knew Byakuya would undoubtedly mock him, so he turned his face away. Black Zetsu, spotting Byakuya approaching, quickly asked, Byakuya, what's the status of the fourth Hokage and the Nine Tails? Did you kill them? Byakuya glanced at Black Zetsu and shook his head, saying, my original plan was to strike when Minato and the Nine Tails were both exhausted, but I didn't expect Minato to use the Reaper Death Seal and seal the Nine Tails into his son. The Reaper Death Seal is a one-time use sealing technique that kills the user, so I didn't risk exposing myself to intervene. Hearing this, Obito quickly turned around, staring at Byakuya as he said, Byakuya, it seems your cleanup efforts weren't that great. I thought you'd be able to defeat Minato head-on, but it turns out you just scavenged after the fight. Better than getting severely injured by the Flying Thunder God. I wouldn't know the pleasure of getting hit by a Rasengan. Byakuya retorted. You. Obito wanted to retort, but then recalled something and said, when I was fighting Minato, you were nearby? Why didn't you step in to assist? Without changing his expression, Byakuya replied calmly, Masked man, I'm not your babysitter. If you come up with a plan, then you should see it through yourself. Besides, if I had interfered, someone might have accused me of stealing the credit. Obito fell silent. If the fight had been interrupted, he probably would have mocked Byakuya. However, who could have expected that the Flying Thunder God technique had a second phase? If his body hadn't been modified by White Zetsu cells, he would have been dead already. Byakuya, unwilling to let Obito off so easily, added with a smirk, but I'm really curious about something. As a Uchiha, how does it feel to control the Nine Tails to attack your own village? Does it bring joy, pain, or maybe a bit of sorrow? I don't know. Obito thought to himself. He genuinely had no idea what he felt when he controlled the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. It was as if he were in a dream, devoid of any real emotions. Yes, this hellish world was just one long nightmare. Yes, this hellish world is nothing but a nightmare. No matter the wrongdoings committed in this world, as long as the Eye of the Moon plan is realized, everything can be restarted. While Obito was lost in thought, Black Zetsu, growing impatient, asked, Byakuya, stop mocking the masked man. Let's get down to business. You said the fourth Hokage sealed the Nine Tails with his life, so you must have captured the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, right? Byakuya shook his head and replied, sorry, Black Zetsu, I didn't take the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Hearing this, Black Zetsu's expression changed slightly. This wasn't what it had anticipated. It had assumed Byakuya would capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and would have been prepared to start collecting the other tailed beasts early. Byakuya glanced at Black Zetsu and explained, Black Zetsu-senpai, I think starting to collect the nine-tailed beasts right now would be extremely unwise. The reason the masked man could cause the Nine Tails incident today is because the three legendary Sannin weren't around, and the Jinchuriki was in a perfect moment of vulnerability due to childbirth. At any other time, let alone taking on Konoha alone, even if we teamed up, dealing with the fourth Hokage and his wife would be very difficult. In this situation, if we were to take the Nine Tails, it would undoubtedly alert the 5 great nations and put us in a world against us scenario. We don't have the strength to oppose the 5 great shinobi villages, even with the support of Amigakure. Tonight, being able to eliminate both the 4th Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in one fell swoop is already the best possible outcome. I don't want to ruin our plan to unify the shinobi world by acting for short-term gain. At this point, Obito, having snapped out of his daze, interjected, "In the end, you're just not confident in your own strength. If we lose this opportunity today, it will be even harder to capture the Nine Tails in the future." Black Zetsu glanced at Obito and said, "No, I think Byakuya makes a lot of sense. Killing both the 4th Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki tonight has been a huge victory for us. To begin the Eye of the Moon plan, we certainly need more preparation." Obito's face grew stormy upon hearing Black Zetsu take Byakuya's side. He, after all, was supposed to be Madara's successor, while Black Zetsu was merely a will-parasitizing white Zetsu. How dare it oppose him like this? The more he thought about it, the angrier Obito became, but in the end, he clenched his fists and let it go. Next, Obito used Kamui to enter his own space. After Obito left, neither Black Zetsu nor Byakuya showed any intention of leaving. The two exchanged glances before Byakuya, with a grim expression, said, "Black Zetsu-senpai, isn't the masked man being disrespectful to you? How many times has he walked away like this?" Hearing this, Black Zetsu recalled how both Obito and Byakuya treated him, and his face darkened as well. He sighed lightly and said, "The masked man has the power of a space-time dojutsu. It's not surprising that he lacks respect for his elders. However, this time, he suffered a great loss, nearly dying at the hands of the 4th Hokage. I imagine he'll be more obedient from now on." Pausing for a moment, Black Zetsu looked at Byakuya and continued, "By the way, I've drafted a plan for the future of the Akatsuki organization, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on it to see if anything needs to be changed." Byakuya glanced at Black Zetsu, thinking to himself that it didn't really have any plan at all. Ever since manipulating Indra, this little black figure had never come up with a proper strategy, always relying on the various incarnations of Indra to improvise. However, despite his inner complaints, Byakuya began to seriously explain his plan for the next steps to Black Zetsu. Chapter 159, Uchiha's Gaze. After leaving Byakuya and Black Zetsu behind, Obito didn't immediately leave Konoha. Instead, he quietly slipped into the residential areas of the village. He knew that Byakuya and Black Zetsu were likely discussing him in his absence, but all of Black Zetsu's actions were under his command. The purpose was to deceive and manipulate Byakuya. No matter how arrogant Byakuya was, or how much he mocked and ridiculed him, it didn't change the fact that Byakuya was just a pawn. After moving swiftly through the village, Obito arrived at the remote Uchiha district. Due to its secluded location, the Uchiha compound hadn't suffered much from the earlier events. The familiar streets and buildings, along with a few recognizable Uchiha shinobi, stood as they always had. It didn't take long for Obito to notice the ongoing standoff between the Uchiha police force and members of Danzo's Rude Division on the outskirts of the compound. Seeing the two groups still harboring suspicion and mistrust, even after the village had just faced an external enemy, a cold smile crept onto Obito's face. Konoha was still Konoha, hiding its darkness beneath a shiny facade. He had previously worried about what to do if he encountered members of his clan while carrying out his plans, but it seemed Danzo's Root had already cordoned them off in the district. Now, all Obito needed to do was subtly spread the rumor that the Uchiha were behind the attack. This would sow further discord between the clan and the village. In such heated conflicts, a pair of eyes he had been waiting for would surely emerge. Yes, after suffering a recent defeat, Obito decided it was time to cultivate his own forces. Only by raising a competent group of subordinates could he regain control of the Eye of the Moon plan. And besides the distant hidden mist village, Konoha's Uchiha clan was the most suitable group for him to nurture his new power. However, which clan member would make the perfect subordinate? He needed to observe carefully. At that very moment, inside the Uchiha district, the standoff between Root and the Uchiha police force continued. Danzo suspected that the Uchiha were behind tonight's attack, keeping a close watch on every move the police force made. Meanwhile, the Uchiha considered Danzo's suspicions unfounded and discriminatory. With both sides unwilling to back down, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At that moment, an Umbu ninja approached Danzo, whispering a few words into his ear. Danzo's expression softened considerably. He glanced deeply at the Uchiha in the distance before leading his men away from the area. The Umbu ninja who had approached him was one of Danzo's spies. Root had always been a training ground for the Umbu, and even though these ninjas had gone on to serve under the third and fourth Hokage, many remained loyal to Danzo. The spy had brought two critical pieces of information. The first was good news: the Ninetales rampage had been quelled, and thanks to the efforts of the fourth Hokage, the beast had been resealed. The ninja responsible for the attack had reportedly fled in a severely wounded state. The second piece of information was bad news: in the process of sealing the Ninetales, the third Hokage's wife had sacrificed herself, and both the fourth Hokage and his wife were missing. Countless Jonin had died during the chaos. Upon hearing this, Danzo's mood became conflicted. The fact that the Ninetales had been resealed was undoubtedly good news, but the disappearance of the fourth Hokage left him with mixed feelings. In the shinobi world, a missing ninja was almost synonymous with death. The death of the fourth Hokage meant that the village would soon hold another Hokage election. With both Tsunade and Jiraiya unwilling to run for the position, his and Orochimaru's chances of becoming the fifth Hokage would greatly increase. This was fantastic news for him. However, losing the fourth Hokage also meant that Konoha had lost its Yellow Flash, the man who struck fear into the hearts of other villages. Combined with the loss of the Jinchuriki, the village would lose two of its most formidable assets. This could embolden Konoha's newly allied nations to break their treaties, and the recently subdued Cloud Village might once again become restless. Moreover, without the strong leadership of the fourth Hokage, the rebellious Uchiha clan might begin entertaining thoughts of a coup. Still, these were matters for after he became Hokage. For now, his focus had to remain on seizing the opportunity to secure the position of the fifth Hokage. Danzo and his Root members' sudden departure did not go unnoticed by the Uchiha. Many Uchiha ninja turned their attention toward their clan leader, Fugaku, hoping he would step forward and explain the situation. Feeling the pressure from his clan, Fugaku sighed internally. He wasn't entirely sure what had transpired. Judging by the distant commotion, it seemed that the Ninetales had been resealed. But he didn't know which shinobi village had attacked Konoha. Despite his uncertainty, he had managed to keep the more radical members of his clan from leaving the compound. Had any of them stepped outside, it would have given Danzo the perfect excuse to accuse the Uchiha and further marginalize the clan. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha, holding his younger brother Sasuke, appeared near the security building. Upon seeing the Uchiha ninja gathered in the open area in front of the security building, Itachi's expression turned to one of disappointment. Just 2 hours earlier, he had been resting in the hallway with his brother, only for the village to suddenly come under attack. He had witnessed the colossal Ninetales rampaging through the village. While trying to get his mother and brother to safety, they had narrowly avoided being hit by falling debris. Upon arriving at the refuge, he saw countless ordinary people injured by the disaster. Seeing those scenes, Itachi could not understand why his clan, despite already being gathered at the security building, had yet to assist the village. Were they intending to conserve their strength while the village was in crisis? Itachi speculated that this hesitation might be due to the existing rift between the clan and the villagers. He was aware of his father's ambitions for the Hokage position and the criticisms made in secret. Yet, everyone in the village was supposed to be allies. The division should not be so stark. His father's failure to become Hokage was due to the Uchiha's incomplete integration into the village and their lack of achievements to earn universal trust. With a soft sigh, Itachi felt even more confused about the world. If only Shursui were here, he thought, Shursui would certainly help clarify his doubts. Unfortunately, Shursui had left the village a few days ago for a reconnaissance mission on the borders. No, Itachi shook his head slightly. If Shursui were here, he certainly wouldn't retreat like the other clan members, he would have led them to assist the front lines. As Itachi was lost in thought, Obito, who was observing potential candidates for recruitment, noticed the small, troubled figure of Itachi. His gaze gradually became more focused on the young Uchiha. The Uchiha clan had many members with intense emotions, including some who were extreme. However, a young Uchiha showing such deep confusion was noteworthy and might have the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. With this in mind, Obito made a mental note of Itachi's presence. Chapter 160, The Spoils of the Night. After controlling the Uchiha clan members with his Sharingan and identifying Itachi, Obito intended to continue scouting other potential Uchiha candidates for cultivation. However, his body could no longer sustain his prolonged presence and infiltration. He had to temporarily withdraw from the Uchiha clan grounds. The reason was quite simple. Although Obito could recover his injuries quickly by using White Zetsu's body, the transplantation of White Zetsu's body was not without its costs. White Zetsu was a product of cells cultivated from Hashirama, and not everyone could bear the consequences of transplanting these cells. Even as a Uchiha with the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, recovering to his peak condition after transplanting White Zetsu's body required several weeks or even months of rest to avoid permanent side effects. Returning to the small forest where he had been hiding, Obito found that Byakuya and Black Zetsu were engaged in a heated discussion. As expected, his guess had been correct. While he was away, Byakuya and Black Zetsu had delved into future plans. Obito didn't interrupt their discussion. He waited patiently until Byakuya departed, and only then did he reveal himself to Black Zetsu. When alone with Obito, Black Zetsu adopted a submissive stance. Before Obito could speak, Black Zetsu proactively said, "Obito, I've learned about Byakuya's future plans." After listening to Black Zetsu's recounting of Byakuya's plans, Obito nodded slightly. Then, as if recalling something, he said, "Black Zetsu, when will I be able to surpass Byakuya and become the leader of Akatsuki? I can't stand his arrogant demeanor anymore." Black Zetsu looked puzzled and replied, "Obito, having Byakuya as our leader is beneficial. Firstly, he will help us gather the tailed beasts, and secondly, he will divert the hatred away from us. No matter how arrogant he seems now, everything will turn around once Madara-sama is resurrected." Obito's expression returned to calm. He understood the logic behind Black Zetsu's words, but Byakuya always seemed to find his weaknesses and strike precisely at them. On the other side, after concluding the discussion with Black Zetsu about the tailed beast weapons plan, Byakuya stealthily returned to Konoha. With the plan to weaken Konoha through Obito successfully completed, it was time for him to find a place to get some rest and assess the spoils from the operation. The greatest gains from this operation were undoubtedly the Fourth Hokage and the half of the Nine Tails, as well as the sealing book obtained from the Hokage Tower. The sealing book was invaluable, containing numerous forbidden techniques collected by Konoha, encapsulating decades of the village's finest jutsu. Among them were the multi-shadow clone jutsu, the dead demon consuming seal, and the impure world reincarnation technique. Although these forbidden techniques couldn't be widely used due to the book's restricted access, it was still possible to pass on some of them to a few trusted subordinates. Techniques like the multi-shadow clone jutsu and the 8 gates could significantly enhance a ninja's combat effectiveness, with only minor insignificant costs. Despite the Fourth Hokage's death and Kushina's severe injury, the Fourth Hokage could be revived at any time using the impure world reincarnation, allowing Byakuya to acquire a ninja skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Kushina's role, though less apparent, might be crucial in the future. As the mother of the prophecy child, she might have significant uses later on. Additionally, reinforcing his identity as a descendant of the Uzumaki could deceive Black Zetsu. As for the half of the Nine Tails sealed by the dead demon-consuming seal, it was even more valuable. The Nine Tails, being the strongest tailed beast, would greatly enhance Byakuya's already ample chakra reserves, ensuring that no one could have too much chakra. As Byakuya was quietly reviewing his gains, a crisp system notification sound suddenly rang in his ears. "The Nine Tails, Een, has joined the Akatsuki. You have obtained the Nine Tails power, Een." Nine Tails Power, Yin, the inherent power of the Nine Tails. Once you gather both Yin and Yang forces, you will acquire the complete power of the Nine Tails. Upon hearing the system prompt, Byakuya clicked to claim the reward and opened the system panel. Name, Byakuya. Age, 16. Current affiliated organization, Akatsuki. Chakra attributes, water, earth, wind, yang, yin. Ninjutsu, transformation jutsu, basic kunai throwing technique, wind release jutsu, water release jutsu, basic paper jutsu, transformation jutsu, spore jutsu, mayfly jutsu. Bloodline limits, basic wood release, basic yin-yang release, Sharingan. Special abilities, Nine Tails Power, Yin. Bloodline, Ashura Bloodline, Pseudo. Personal evaluation, a top-tier shinobi among shadows, capable of easily defeating most ninjas. However, against true strong foes, the chance to escape is very slim. On his personal panel, the Nine Tails Power, Yin, had appeared, and a vast amount of chakra had suddenly emerged within him, likely the portion of Nine Tails Power he had just acquired. Seeing the Nine Tails Power on his panel, Byakuya couldn't help but smile wryly. He was still contemplating how to utilize the half Nine Tails he had, yet the system had directly rewarded him with the Yin attribute power of the Nine Tails. Upon carefully feeling the Yin attribute Nine Tails power within him, Byakuya didn't notice anything particularly special about it. Unlike the other eight-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails chakra itself lacked a distinct attribute. Its greatest advantage was its sheer volume, which could be quite filling. At least now, he could try handcrafting a tailed beast bomb. However, one thing caught Byakuya's attention. He had obtained the fourth Hokage and half of the Nine Tails, yet only the Nine Tails was counted as Akatsuki's asset, while the unconscious Kushina and deceased Minato were not. Could it be because the Nine Tails was a tailed beast rather than a ninja? Suppressing his urge to grumble, Byakuya turned his attention to the other sections of the system panel. The ninjutsu section was already densely populated with techniques. The bloodline and bloodline sections, however, drew Byakuya's attention. While the bloodline limits remained largely unchanged, showing basic wood release and Sharingan, the bloodline section had changed slightly, now listing Ashura Bloodline, Pseudo. Seeing this, Byakuya was somewhat surprised. Ashura was the younger son of Sage of the Six Paths, and his bloodline was now akin to Ashura's. If he continued to recruit powerful individuals, there might be a chance to possess the Six Paths bloodline and become a member of the Akatsuki clan in the future. Pulling back his drifting thoughts, Byakuya looked at the final evaluation of his strength. The system's evaluation of his strength remained consistent with before, still surpassing most ninjas but susceptible to being overpowered by a few strong ones. This indicated that although his strength had grown significantly, he still needed to continue working hard to become a major player in Akatsuki and in the ninja world. Chapter 161, Acting Hokage. The next morning, inside the Third Hokage's office. Having not slept all night, the Third Hokage took a sip of coffee and then lit the pipe to puff out of stress, barely managing to lift his spirits under the effects of nicotine. As a ninja, the Third Hokage knew the harmful effects of smoking. Smoking dulls the nerves, slows a ninja's reflexes, and can lead to unpredictable consequences. However, after the chaos of the previous night, all he wanted was to numb himself with smoking, to ease the pain and sorrow in his heart. After letting out a long sigh, the Third Hokage opened the window and began to review the reports submitted by various departments. These reports detailed the number of buildings destroyed in the village last night, casualty reports, and the economic losses. With a heavy heart, the Third Hokage finished reading the reports and sighed inwardly. Since the battle had taken place outside the village, the number of buildings destroyed within the village was relatively low, and there weren't many civilian casualties. In just a few weeks, the village's order could be restored. But what the Third Hokage found hard to accept was the loss of 1/5 of the village's elite jonin, as well as the deaths of the Fourth Hokage, his wife, and his own wife during last night's chaos. That's right. After a night of searching with no trace of the Fourth Hokage and his wife, the Third Hokage had come to the conclusion that Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had died. If losing 1/5 of the Jonin was a blow to Konoha, then the loss of the 4th Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a devastating blow. Minato Namikaze wasn't just any ordinary ninja. Without him, the war with Iwagakure would not have ended so easily, and the war with Kirigakure might still be at a standstill. Though Kushina had not contributed much to the war, her very existence as the Jinchuriki was a significant deterrent. Without Kushina, the mature Jinchuriki, Konoha had lost the means to intimidate with the tailed beast's bomb in the short term, and the previously calm borders would likely become unstable again. At this moment, the door to the Third Hokage's office was suddenly knocked upon, and several figures entered. These individuals were Koharu Utatane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root. Like the Third Hokage, these three were part of Konoha's ruling elite, having held power for decades. While the Third Hokage had stayed up all night, these three had also taken action on their own. Seeing the troubled expression on the Third Hokage's face, Koharu Utatane sighed softly. "Sarutobi, I've already taken care of the villagers' resettlement. Haven't you found any trace of Minato or Kushina?" Upon hearing this, the Third Hokage shook his head in grief. "I've sent people to search all night, but we still haven't found Minato or Kushina, not even their bodies." "Not even their bodies?" Hamura Mitokado frowned and then said, "Could it be that the attackers took Minato and Kushina's bodies? But if the attackers took them, why would they leave Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" "That's exactly what I'm puzzled about, but that's the reality." The Third Hokage showed a helpless expression and continued, "Unless Minato was hit by the Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb before he could use the Reaper Death Seal. And I don't know why they didn't take Naruto." At this moment, Koharu seemed to have thought of something and said, "Maybe we should start by analyzing the attackers' motives. They must have had a reason for attacking Konoha." The Third Hokage took a puff from his pipe and, while exhaling smoke, analyzed, "The attackers didn't take Naruto, which shows they had no interest in the Nine-Tails, nor did they want to completely alter the balance between the five great nations. Perhaps they simply wanted to kill Minato and Kushina. In that case, were the attackers enemies of Minato and Kushina?" Koharu displayed a puzzled expression and then said, "But when did Minato and Kushina provoke such a powerful ninja? Someone who would go so far as to attack Konoha just to get revenge on the two of them. And if the culprit were a ninja from one of the other four great villages, they—" "I have no idea," the Third Hokage interrupted with a helpless shrug, but he continued to analyze the situation internally. There were suspicious aspects everywhere during last night's Nine-Tails incident, but when combined, they made it difficult to pinpoint a clear direction for investigation. First, according to the Jonin reports from the scene, the ninja who attacked Minato and Kushina possessed space-time abilities. This space-time ninja not only knew the exact time of Kushina's childbirth but also had the ability to control the Nine-Tails. They successfully diverted much of Konoha's forces using the Nine-Tails, giving them the chance to face Minato one-on-one. Secondly, the space-time ninja was not Minato's equal and lost the battle, fleeing in haste. However, after Minato used the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Nine-Tails, sacrificing himself in the process, the space-time ninja took the opportunity to erase all traces of Minato and Kushina. As the Third Hokage and his two advisors were deep in analysis, Danzo Shimura, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke. Leaning on his cane, Danzo, with a blank expression, said, "We can investigate the culprit later. Right now, there's a very important matter we need to deal with." Hearing this, the Third Hokage and the two advisors turned their attention to Danzo. Danzo, maintaining his stoic expression, continued, "The Land of Fire cannot go a day without a daimyo, and Konoha cannot go a day without a Hokage. Since Minato Namikaze is likely missing or dead, we should quickly choose a new Hokage. If we don't elect the fifth Hokage soon, the village will inevitably fall into chaos." After saying this, Danzo's gaze fell on the Third Hokage and the two advisors, his eyes full of anticipation. He was clearly eager to become Hokage himself. Everyone narrowed their eyes at his words. They knew that Danzo had always coveted the position of Hokage, but with the village still in chaos, his eagerness seemed a bit premature. Additionally, it was clear that his root division had played no role in handling the crisis. Hamura cleared his throat and said, Danzo does have a point. The village does need a Hokage to manage this chaotic situation. However, Jiraiya and Orochimaru aren't in the village right now, and there doesn't seem to be any particularly suitable candidates. Why don't we? At this point, Hamura paused, and Koharu picked up the conversation. Why don't we let Sarutobi act as the interim Hokage? Once the village has returned to order, we can then select the 5th Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face darkened as he looked toward the 3rd Hokage. The 3rd Hokage stroked his beard, glanced at Danzo, and slowly said, Since the village needs me, the former Hokage, to step in, I will temporarily serve as the acting Hokage. Chapter 162, Orochimaru's Suspicions. After Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado both recommended Hiruzen Sarutobi as the acting Hokage, Danzo Shimura's expression turned extremely grim. In Danzo's mind, even if he couldn't become the acting Hokage, he had planned to push Orochimaru into the position. That way, even if he lost the race for the 5th Hokage, he could still act as the shadow behind Orochimaru. But to his surprise, Koharu and Hamura had instead nominated Hiruzen Sarutobi as acting Hokage. With the majority in favor, Danzo once again lost his chance to become Hokage. Although the title was acting Hokage, in practice, it carried all the powers of the Hokage. No one knew how long Hiruzen would hold this acting position. Would he step down soon, or stay in power until he groomed a suitable puppet? Having been suppressed by Hiruzen for decades, Danzo had no hesitation in viewing his old friend with the utmost cynicism. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Danzo stormed toward the office door, slamming it behind him as he left. Hiruzen, I don't believe you can handle being the acting Hokage. You'll regret this eventually. After Danzo's outburst, Koharu and Hamura both turned toward the 3rd Hokage. Looking somewhat embarrassed, Hiruzen explained, I know Danzo opposes me becoming the acting Hokage, but given the current situation in the village, it's simply not suitable to elect a new Hokage right now. The two advisors quickly nodded in agreement and said, Hiruzen, we understand, and that's exactly why we suggested you as the temporary Hokage. It's just a shame that Danzo doesn't see the reasoning behind it. Hearing this, the 3rd Hokage sighed softly. He knew that Danzo had always wanted to become the Hokage, but having lived in the shadows for so long, Danzo was no longer suited to step into the light, let alone become the Hokage. The Hokage needed to be a figure of positivity and light, someone who could serve as a role model for the village. Danzo might not understand now, but after reflecting, he would surely come to terms with it, just as he had done for many years. This time would be no different. Pulling his scattered thoughts back together, the 3rd Hokage continued discussing work with the two advisors. Whether it was the reconstruction after the Nine-Tails rampage or external policies and strategic planning, all of it required careful consideration. The rebuilding efforts would be straightforward. Given the efficiency of ninjas, the destroyed buildings could be rebuilt within a few weeks. As for external policies and strategic planning, they would need to wait for the return of the Sannin before further discussion, though overall, there shouldn't be any major issues. This was the strength and foundation of Konoha as the top ninja village. Even with the loss of the 4th Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, as long as the Sannin remained, Konoha still had the power to stand its ground and wouldn't be an easy target for other villages to divide. At this point, Hamura seemed to remember something and asked the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen, with the 4th Hokage now missing, do we still need to carry out the policies he set in place? Hearing this, Koharu also turned her gaze toward the 3rd Hokage. While they were united in the village's reconstruction and external strategies, the policies Minato had implemented during his time as Hokage were a different matter entirely. Each of them had their own views on those reforms. It was clear that Minato's policies were beneficial to the village's development, breaking down the invisible barriers set by the clans within the various departments and, in doing so, strengthening the overall power of Konoha's ninja forces. However, this also meant that the interests of the major clans would be significantly harmed. During times of peace, the Hokage's office naturally had the power to suppress these clans, but now, with the Hokage's authority weakened, it no longer had an absolute advantage over them. If the clan seized the opportunity to vie for power or even initiated a coup, the village might be able to suppress such a rebellion, but it would undoubtedly fall into chaos and division. So the question was whether to fully stop the reforms or to continue pushing forward aggressively. This required careful thought. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage slowly said, "Let's temporarily shelve the policies Minato set up. When the time is right, I will implement them again." Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances. They understood Hiruzen's intentions. By saying the policies were temporarily shelved, what Hiruzen really meant was stopping the fourth Hokage's reforms altogether. As for the right time, it was uncertain when that might be, perhaps years down the line. However, they did not oppose the third Hokage's decision. They themselves had doubts about the fourth Hokage's reforms. While the intention behind the reforms was good, the risks and rewards often go hand in hand. Moreover, currently, more than 2/3 of the Jonin in the village are from ninja clans. Among those who opposed the fourth Hokage's departmental reforms the most, apart from the Uchiha in the police force, were the Sarutobi clan and the members of the Ino-Shikacho trio. After leaving the Hokage building, Danzo glanced back at the Hokage's office. He knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi would soon return to the Hokage's office and would delay the election for the fifth Hokage as long as possible. Danzo could already picture his future confrontations with Hiruzen, imagining how Sarutobi would counter his arguments with excuses such as, "The daimyo of the Land of Fire does not agree, and there's nothing I can do." It's all about maintaining the relationship between the village and the daimyo. We must focus on the bigger picture. Sarutobi would also claim that the fourth Hokage is missing, not dead. If Minato returns, he would gladly step down. He'd even say that Jiraiya and Tsunade don't want to be Hokage, and that since there's no suitable candidate, he's reluctantly continuing as the acting Hokage. This sneaky old monkey. He never even considered letting me become Hokage, not even for a moment. And all of this wasn't because Danzo lacked strength or merit. It was simply because, during that fateful time when Tobirama-sensei led them in retreat, Danzo hadn't passed the test. If back then, he had acted faster than Hiruzen, it would have been him as the third Hokage. The more Danzo thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt like smashing his cane to the ground, but he had to maintain the image of the leader of Root, and he also needed the cane to support his aging body. He was no longer like Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, even at his age, had fought the Ninetales last night, still strong and vigorous. After the failed ambush of the Akatsuki, along with Hanzo of the Salamander, Danzo increasingly felt the effects of age on his diminishing strength. Although he hated to admit it, he had to. He no longer had the strength to rival Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even facing elite Jonin like the Ino-Shikacho trio was becoming a struggle. The only way to restore his declining body functions was one thing: research the cells of Hashirama Senju and perfect the cell transplantation technique. As long as he could gain the power of the first Hokage, Danzo was confident he could defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi and become the new Hokage of the village. With this thought in mind, Danzo quickened his pace and headed toward the outskirts of the village. 20 minutes later, Danzo arrived at the Root laboratory hidden in the forest outside the village. He had built this laboratory in secret, without the knowledge of either the third or fourth Hokage. The sole focus of the lab was on perfecting the technology to transplant Hashirama cells and mass-produce would-release users for the village. Walking through the dark corridor, Danzo soon entered the laboratory's interior. A Root guard, upon seeing Danzo, lowered his head and said, "Lord Danzo, Lord Orochimaru returned to the village a few hours ago." "Orochimaru's back already? Why didn't he go to see Hiruzen Sarutobi?" Danzo frowned, then found Orochimaru sitting in the lounge. With a sarcastic tone, he said, "Orochimaru, your timing is impeccable. If you had returned just one day earlier, maybe the fourth Hokage and the Ninetales Jinchuriki wouldn't have died." Orochimaru glanced at Danzo, his expression indifferent as he replied, "I've heard about what happened to Minato and Kushina. Their sacrifices are a considerable loss to the village. However, I also heard that Minato willingly sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails and even defeated the space-time ninja who attacked. Impressive for a ninja who surpassed me, but life is fragile. If I were him, I wouldn't have used such a forbidden jutsu like the Reaper Death Seal. Danzo's face twitched as he started staring at Orochimaru intensely. He hadn't even told Orochimaru about these details concerning the fourth Hokage, yet Orochimaru already knew. Could it be that he had planted spies within his root organization? Sensing Danzo's suspicion, Orochimaru calmly said, "The old man said people to inform my subordinates. But I have no interest in Minato and Kushina's situation. Let's talk about the wood release experiment instead." Pausing for a moment, Orochimaru continued, "While I was away, I found several promising test subjects. As long as the funding is in place, we can proceed with the wood release experiments immediately. I've already prepared the funds." Danzo nodded, then stared at Orochimaru and said, "But the wood release experiment isn't the most pressing matter right now. There's another important task that needs immediate attention." "What is it?" Orochimaru glanced at Danzo, his tone dismissive. "The election for the fifth Hokage. Since the fourth Hokage is now dead, we need to act quickly to participate in the election for the next Hokage. Only if you become Hokage will you be able to conduct your experiments freely in the village." "Forget it," Orochimaru said, showing little interest, his gaze somewhat amused. "The old man will surely become the acting Hokage. He never intended to let me become Hokage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recommended Minato in the first place." Seeing Orochimaru's lack of interest in the Hokage position, Danzo's lips twitched. "Orochimaru, have you really given up on the position of Hokage? This isn't the Orochimaru I know. Becoming Hokage was just an attempt in my life. Even if I fail, it doesn't really matter." Orochimaru paused for a moment before continuing, "Besides, we're still conducting the wood release experiments without being Hokage, right? The fourth Hokage couldn't stop us, and neither can the old man." Faced with Orochimaru's apathetic attitude, Danzo looked disappointed and changed the subject, saying, "I understand how you feel. Once the wood release experiment is finished, we should halt our collaboration. After all, if we don't become Hokage, conducting these experiments will be too dangerous for you." After speaking, Danzo turned and left the lounge, heading deeper into the passage. Orochimaru losing interest in the position of Hokage meant that Danzo's chances of becoming Hokage through Orochimaru were gone. As a result, Orochimaru had lost his value as an ally. Once the wood release experiment concluded, it would be time to seek out new allies. Watching Danzo's retreating figure, Orochimaru smirked to himself. He knew that Danzo had always wanted to use him to seize the power of the Hokage, but in truth, he had been using Danzo to fund his experiments. From the very beginning, their relationship had been based solely on mutual interests, not because they were like-minded companions. Once the wood release experiment was over and he obtained the crucial data, there would be no reason for him to continue cooperating with Danzo. In fact, there wouldn't even be a need to stay in Konoha. Ever since the thought of defecting and establishing his own village crossed his mind, Orochimaru had increasingly come to see the Hokage position as nothing but a burden. Becoming Hokage would not only saddle him with the responsibility of managing the village but also expose him to both overt and covert plots and attacks. The deaths of Minato and Kushina were prime examples. Minato, who had mastered space-time ninjutsu, should have been the ninja most adept at escaping and the hardest to kill. Yet, he ended up sacrificing himself alongside the Nine Tails because he was bound by the village, his wife, and his child. In the ninja world, survival is the most important thing, not lofty ideals or emotions. Clearing his mind of distractions, Orochimaru began seriously examining the events of the Nine Tails attack from the previous day. While he didn't care about the village or the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, he was extremely intrigued by the identity of the masked man and the jutsu he used. First of all, the masked man possessed space-time ninjutsu and could freely enter and exit Konoha's barrier. Secondly, the masked man had the ability to control the Nine Tails, which likely involved some powerful sealing technique or jinjutsu. From what Orochimaru could recall, only the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Mito Uzumaki, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, had the ability to control the Nine Tails through sealing techniques. As for controlling a tailed beast with Jinjutsu, only Madara Uchiha, who earned the title of Shura of the ninja world decades ago, had ever been able to do that. And I haven't heard any such title for Madara, but since the OG author is using it, I will be using it too. But Uchiha Madara had been killed by the first Hokage many years ago. Even if he had faked his death somehow, he would likely have died of old age by now. Could it be that someone from the Uchiha clan had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? After thinking it over, Orochimaru shook his head. If there really were someone in the Uchiha clan with the Mangekyo Sharingan, their arrogant nature would have driven them to use it already. Besides, the Mangekyo Sharingan was more of a legend than a reality. Whether it even existed was still uncertain. Suddenly, something crossed Orochimaru's mind, and he gazed in the direction outside the village as if his side had pierced through mountains and rivers to reach a land perpetually shrouded in rain. The Uchiha in the village might not have had the ability to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but that didn't mean someone in Amagakure couldn't. Although Yahiko and Konan, students of Jiraiya, seemed far from reaching Kage-level strength, the Uzumaki descendant, Nagato, was no ordinary figure. In the past few months, during his investigations into different nations and while selecting a location for his future village, Orochimaru stumbled upon some valuable information. Danzo had conducted an operation in Amagakure a year ago, which resulted in the loss of most of Root's elite members. Since then, Hanzo of the Salamander has never been seen again. If the Uchiha in the village weren't capable of attacking the fourth Hokage and his wife, could it be the work of someone from Amagakure? Chapter 163, Reactions from Other Villages. Once the seed of doubt was planted, Orochimaru's thoughts grew like wild grass. The first suspicion he had was regarding the connection between the Akatsuki organization and Amagakure. According to Yahiko, the current leader of Amagakure, their village had received the approval of Hanzo of the Salamander, and thus, the high-ranking members of the Akatsuki were being cultivated as his successors. But if this were true, why had Root suffered such significant losses over a year ago? Although Danzo had unrealistic ambitions, he would never deliberately provoke Hanzo of Amagakure. The operation likely had something to do with the Akatsuki, perhaps even involving a direct confrontation with Yahiko and his comrades. If this speculation was correct, Amagakure might have a motive to retaliate against Konoha. However, if Amagakure truly attacked Konoha, they would most likely target Danzo, who had previously attacked the Akatsuki, rather than Minato Namikaze, Yahiko's senior. Yahiko had no reason to kill his fellow disciple, and it's questionable whether he even had the power to do so. Could the culprit be Akatsuki's Byakuya? Orochimaru shifted his suspicions to Byakuya, locking him as the prime suspect. After all, during his encounters with Amagakure's delegation, Byakuya was the only ninja he couldn't fully comprehend. Not only did Byakuya possess the power to instantly kill large summoned beasts, but he also had secret dealings with Danzo. If Byakuya and Danzo had conspired during the Nine Tails incident, it wasn't impossible for them to have taken out both Minato and Kushina. The critical question, however, was whether Byakuya possessed space-time ninjutsu. As his thoughts began to scatter, Orochimaru was unsure just how much his deductions were valid. Regardless, he had no intention of sharing these hypotheses with the Third Hokage or anyone else. For now, all Orochimaru wanted was to complete the wood release experiment, end his partnership with Danzo, and be ready to leave at any moment. With that in mind, Orochimaru left the lounge and began preparing for the next round of wood release experiments. The wood release experiment had been initiated during the Third Great Ninja War as a human experimentation project by the Third Hokage, with the goal of cultivating wood release users by transplanting cells from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. When the experiment first began, many ninjas who admired the first Hokage eagerly volunteered, hoping that the transplantation of Hashirama cells would allow them to become elite jonin of the village. However, the risks associated with the procedure far exceeded everyone's expectations. After the deaths of countless volunteers, the experiment was eventually deemed a forbidden practice in Konoha. Despite that, Orochimaru and Danzo continued conducting the experiments in secret. Orochimaru sought to unlock the secrets of wood release, while Danzo desired a ninja with the wood release bloodline to serve him. After years of research, the transplantation of Hashirama's cells had nearly reached maturity. Once the final human experiment was completed, they would obtain the crucial data needed. Entering the laboratory filled with the scent of disinfectant, Orochimaru's gaze locked onto the subject lying on the operating table. A few days later, news of the Nine-Tails incident in Konoha spread across most of the ninja world. Although the Konoha leadership, led by the Third Hokage, made every effort to suppress the news, the sheer scale of the event was impossible to hide from the eyes of spies in various villages. The information quickly reached the intelligence agencies of each village and landed on the desks of the 5 Kage. In Iwagakure, the village hidden in the stones. After carefully reviewing the intelligence on the Nine-Tails incident, the old face of Inoki, the 3rd Hokage, was all smiles and giggles. If not for his tired back, he would sure give it a try to belly dancing right now. The Nine-Tails incident had cost Konoha both the 4th Hokage and its Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For Iwagakure, this was an immensely fortunate turn of events. It was precisely because of the 4th Hokage's existence that Iwagakure had lost the war against Konoha. Inoki had even issued an order at the time, allowing his forces to abandon missions without punishment if they encountered the Yellow Flash. This decree had become an indelible stain on his long reign. Furthermore, due to the 4th Hokage's youth, Inoki had believed that Konoha was on the verge of regaining the glory it once had during the era of the 1st Hokage, possibly crushing the other villages underfoot. But now, the 4th Hokage was dead, and with him, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had perished in the incident as well. Having lost 2 Kage-level combatants, Konoha no longer held any advantage over Iwagakure. Inoki even entertained the idea of tearing up the peace treaty and annexing the neutral land of grass, which lay between Iwagakure and Konoha. However, his thoughts were just that, thoughts. With a soft sigh, Inoki abandoned the unrealistic idea, turning his gaze out toward the boundless Gobi Desert outside his window. Though he longed to lead Iwagakure in annexing the plains of the country of grass, the village's current strength no longer permitted such a move. In the last war, the 4th Hokage had wiped out Iwagakure's assault troops in skirmishes, leaving them devastated. Even if they seized the land of grass, Iwagakure would not be able to hold it. In Iwagakure, the idea of rashly tearing up the peace treaty still lingered in Inoki's mind, but he knew doing so would draw dissatisfaction from other villages and the daimyo of various nations, resulting in severe consequences. More importantly, Inoki realized he no longer had strong commanders to send to the front lines. His son, Kitsuchi, though powerful, lacked the ability to change the course of the war and could not shoulder the duties of the Tsuchikage. The villages Jinchuriki, Rashi, the 4 Tails, and Han, the 5 Tails, while possessing Kage-level strength, disagreed with Inoki's expansionist ambitions. Both were conservative and recently had been wandering the land of Earth under the pretext of guarding the borders. His only hopes now lay with Kuratsuchi, his granddaughter, whose talent exceeded Kitsuchi's, and Deidara, a talented Earth Release user at the Ninja Academy, who might one day inherit the position of Tsuchikage. After regaining control of his wandering thoughts, Inoki ultimately decided against tearing up the peace treaty. In Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand. After purging internal opposition within the village, Raza solidified his position as the 4th Kazekage, fulfilling his initial goal. His motivation for launching a war against Konoha in the first place was to divert internal conflicts within the village. Though Sunagakure was now restricted by both the daimyo and Konoha due to the peace treaty, the loss of many ninjas during the war had paradoxically eased the village's resource crisis. However, despite this, Sunagakure's financial situation remained dire. The village could only barely maintain operations by using Raza's magnet release to mine gold, just enough to pay salaries and prevent further internal strife. Returning to his office after working in the underground mines, Raza glanced at an intelligence scroll. Upon reading the news of the deaths of the 4th Hokage and his wife during the Nine-Tails incident, his expression shifted. Though their deaths weakened Konoha, benefiting Tsunagekyu's future resistance. Raza knew the village still needed the deterrent force of Konoha's presence to fend off invasions from Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, and Iwagakure. Suddenly, Raza recalled something and asked his assistant, "Does the intelligence collected by the Umbu indicate who caused the Nine Tails incident and killed the fourth Hokage?" The assistant shook his head. "Lord Raza, we don't know who killed the fourth Hokage yet, but it said that he died while sealing the Nine Tails. It's likely that the Nine Tails itself killed both him and his wife." At this moment, the assistant also remembered something, and he froze in place. If he wasn't mistaken, the third Kazekage had also mysteriously disappeared, though the difference was that the third Kazekage died after leaving the village, while the fourth Hokage died within his own village. After a moment of silence, Raza's expression darkened, fear creeping in. The deaths of powerful shinobi like the third Kazekage and the fourth Hokage led him to wonder whether he might face a similar assassination in the future. If he were to die, Tsunagekyur would likely fall to the status of a second-rate ninja village. Raza knew that relying solely on the Jinchuriki Bunpuku, along with the elders Chiyo and Ebizo, would not be enough to support the entire village. He would need to be more cautious when leading the village, and selecting a new Jinchuriki for the One-Tail, Shikaku, had become an urgent matter. Bunpuku was old and nearing death. If Shikaku's seal were to break, Tsunagekyur lacked the resources to withstand another rampage. Caution would be essential. As for starting another war, Raza had no intention of doing so at all. After some thought, Raza waved his assistant away, then took up the pen and paper handed to him to write a letter to Konoha. In such turbulent times, Tsunagekyur needed to cling tightly to Konoha's influence. In Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, received intelligence about the Nine Tails incident with a grim expression, studying it for a long time. Despite his short stature and babyish face, Yagura's recent victory in the battle for the position of Mizukage proved he was not to be underestimated. Winning the bloody internal conflict that plagued the village, he had established himself as Kirigakure's leader. After carefully reviewing the full report on the Nine Tails incident, Yagura's expression was as dark as Raza's. While Konoha's internal chaos was undoubtedly beneficial to Kirigakure, the Mist Village had recently gone through its own turmoil, no less devastating than the Nine Tails incident. The struggle for the position of Mizukage had turned families against each other in Kirigakure, leading to widespread death and destruction. Yagura himself had only managed to secure his position with the support of his mentor, Jinjetsu Ozuki. Once he became Mizukage, Yagura quickly realized how dire Kirigakure's situation truly was. Although the third Mizukage had died while researching ninjutsu, there were plenty of unresolved mysteries during his reign. For one, the third Mizukage was the village's strongest ninja and should not have died so easily. Secondly, Yagura couldn't comprehend some of the bizarre orders the third Mizukage had issued. Why had the village abducted a Konoha ninja to turn her into the Three Tails Jinchuriki and send her back to Konoha to sow chaos? In Kirigakure, Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, found himself deeply troubled after receiving intelligence regarding the Nine Tails incident. He carefully reviewed the information, his unease growing as he reflected on the situation. Though Konoha's internal turmoil was advantageous for Kirigakure, Yagura knew that his village had also experienced similar chaos not long ago. The battle for the position of Mizukage had torn the village apart, with prominent clans killing each other in the bloody conflict. Yagura had only secured his title because of his mentor, Jinjetsu Ozuki's backing, becoming the new Mizukage and bringing some stability to the village. However, after taking up the role, Yagura realized how precarious Kirigakure's situation truly was. The mysterious death of the third Mizukage, who had been the village's strongest ninja, raised many questions. Why had such a powerful figure died so easily? And why had he issued so many bizarre orders, including the abduction of a Konoha ninja to make her the Three Tails Jinchuriki, sending her back to Konoha to cause havoc? The more Yagura thought about it, the more he suspected that something was very wrong. Perhaps the third Mizukage had been manipulated, subjected to a jinjutsu, or struck by some severe trauma that led to his strange actions. But if someone as powerful as the third Mizukage could be controlled, Yagura feared that he too might be in danger of falling into the same trap. His anxiety deepened as he looked again at the intelligence on the Ninetales incident, sweat forming on his brow. Could it be that a vast conspiracy was enveloping the five great nations? Was this why the third Kazekage had mysteriously disappeared, the third Mizukage had died under strange circumstances, and even the fourth Hokage, who mastered space-time ninjutsu, had died in his own village? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yagura suddenly sensed something behind him. He turned sharply and saw a swirling vortex appear in the air. Emerging from it was a masked man, wearing a tiger-patterned mask. The man's eyes, visible through the mask, were an ominous red, radiating a sense of dread. Yagura instantly recognized the eyes. These were none other than the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. However, the pattern in the eyes was different from the typical three-tomo Sharingan. Could this be the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? But that was impossible. The Mangekyo Sharingan was just a myth, and the last known wielder of such power was Uchiha Madara, the Shinobi of Hell. Yet the man before him exuded the same terrifying aura as the legendary figure. At that moment, Yagura pieced everything together. He understood why the third Mizukage had behaved so erratically, why the third Kazekage had vanished, and why the fourth Hokage had died. Madara Uchiha had never truly died after the Battle of the Valley of the End. Instead, he had been lurking in the shadows, manipulating events from the darkness. Madara had been controlling Kirigakure all along, sowing division and chaos to ensure the village could never unite. And now, Yagura realized, he was the next target. He could feel that Madara intended to make him his puppet, controlling him just as he had the third Mizukage. I won't become a puppet, Yagura thought, his face twisting with resolve. I must resist Madara Uchiha. But as Yagura's emotions surged and his thoughts raced, the masked man, Obito Uchiha, locked eyes with him and activated the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Yagura's movements slowed for just a split second, enough for a pair of black hands to emerge from the ground and grasp his legs, pulling him toward the earth. Taking advantage of the moment, Obito swiftly moved beside Yagura and activated his Kamui, creating a vortex in the air. In an instant, Yagura was sucked into the swirling space and transported into the Kamui dimension. Though Obito possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, subduing a Kage-level ninja like Yagura was no simple task. Only by trapping him in the Kamui dimension, where there was no water or food, did Obito stand a chance. He could wait for Yagura's strength to deplete, at which point he would use the Sharingan's Jinjutsu to take control. The reason Obito sought to control the fourth Mizukage was simple: he wanted to use Kirigakure as a breeding ground for strong subordinates. A peaceful ninja village wouldn't produce the powerful ninjas he needed. Only by keeping Kirigakure in a perpetual state of chaos could he create the warriors he desired. Chapter 164, Behind the Scenes and on Stage. Half an hour later, Obito dragged Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, out of the Kamui space. During the past half hour, Obito had assaulted Yagura multiple times using his Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui. After exhausting Yagura's chakra, he finally cast a Jinjutsu with his Sharingan. Though Obito would have preferred to win without such methods, after losing to Byakuya and Minato, he had become far more cautious. There was no need for reckless risks that could lead to unnecessary trouble. Glancing at Yagura behind him, Obito frowned. Although he had successfully placed Yagura under a Jinjutsu, the control was temporary. To maintain this hold, he would need to recast the Sharingan Jinjutsu every few weeks. While it wasn't difficult, it was certainly bothersome. However, compared to the benefits of controlling Yagura, this inconvenience seemed insignificant. Still, Yagura's behavior would inevitably change under his control. If Yagura's close allies noticed these differences, it could lead to problems for Obito in the future. What could he do to avoid this? Lost in thought, Obito surveyed the room, and his eyes fell upon the Mizukage's desk. Suddenly, an idea formed in his mind. If controlling Yagura posed such a risk, why not take his place as the Mizukage himself? With Obito's abilities, raising strong subordinates in Kirigakure would be a simple task. Plus, this would bring him one step closer to his ultimate goal of becoming Hokage. After all, both the Mizukage and Hokage were the leaders of powerful ninja villages, and in a way, water even countered fire. With this plan in mind, Obito used a transformation jutsu to assume Yagura's appearance and took his seat at the Mizuki's desk, casually picking up the scrolls awaiting Yagura's attention. He opened one of the scrolls, and after just a glance, Obito's brow furrowed. The scroll contained a simple inquiry, asking how the fourth Mizuki intended to deal with the ninja and clans who had lost in the Mizuki election. Obito was silent for a few seconds. These matters were beyond his expertise. How was he supposed to know the proper way to handle election losers? This wasn't something they taught in the Ninja Academy. But then again, those who opposed the fourth Mizuki were clearly his enemies. And enemies should be eliminated entirely. With that thought, Obito manipulated the nearby Yagura to write down a decisive solution. After handling about a third of the tasks on the desk, Obito was already feeling fatigued. He had never imagined that being the leader of a ninja village could be so exhausting, completely different from what he had envisioned. With a sigh, Obito glanced at a scroll containing intelligence on the Ninetales incident. As the mastermind behind the attack, he didn't need the report to know what had happened that day. However, during the interrogation of Yagura, the Mizuki had made several deductions that he should never have known. Yagura had pieced together the idea that Madara Uchiha had been controlling the Mizuki and had instigated the Ninetales attack. In reality, Obito was indeed acting as Madara Uchiha. He had assassinated the third Mizuki, and he had orchestrated the Ninetales incident. But the assassin of the third Kazekage? That, Obito truly had no idea. Then there was the matter of the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Obito's expression darkened. He didn't want to think too deeply about it, as it touched on matters involving someone he greatly respected. Madara had intended for Obito to become Hokage. There was no way he would betray him. Furthermore, when Obito had killed the third Mizuki, there had been no sign of mind control or manipulation. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Yagura's assumptions were nothing more than baseless speculation. As the farthest village from Konoha, Kumogakure, village hidden by clouds, was the last to receive intelligence on the Ninetales incident. At this moment, the fourth Hokage was not in his office but at the training grounds, sparring with several taijutsu specialists. The sound of their grunts and roars echoed like thunder as they trained with unrelenting energy. Watching the Hokage's intense enthusiasm, his assistant Mabui could only shake her head in helplessness. Compared to other ninja villages embroiled in schemes and rivalries, Kumogakure was refreshingly straightforward. Any dissatisfaction was typically resolved on the training grounds. Yet, Mabui found it somewhat exasperating to watch the older men wrestle endlessly. Couldn't the village leaders devote their energy to managing village affairs? Relying solely on her to run Kumogakure was a daunting task. Still, it was perhaps this lack of cunning that had allowed the village to grow to the scale of the second largest ninja village in recent years, with a faint hint of surpassing Konoha. Activating his lightning release chakra mode, the fourth Hokage defeated his opponent, a seasoned jonin, and turned to Mabui, frowning. "Mabui, didn't I tell you? If there's nothing urgent, don't come looking for me." Mabui adjusted her glasses and handed him the intelligence report on the Ninetales incident. "Hokage, this is indeed very important." As the fourth Hokage took the report and noted the suspected deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, a shadow crossed his face. Seeing this, Mabui asked in confusion, "Hokage, isn't it a good thing that the Gold Flash and the Ninetales Jinchuriki are gone? Why do you look so unhappy?" The fourth Hokage sighed. "Last time I fought against Minato, we had agreed to battle again once we both became Kage. I didn't expect him to die so inexplicably in such a short time. A strong rival like him, it's a pity to lose." After a pause, his expression sharpened as he gazed toward Konoha. "But for our village, this is a tremendous opportunity. You plan to attack the Land of Fire?" Mabui was taken aback. With Konoha having signed peace treaties with Iwagakure and Kirigakure, isn't a solo attack too risky? Shaking his head, the fourth Hokage replied, "This is the best chance we have. If we pass it up, Kumogakure will remain confined to this peninsula, forever unable to gain land in the Land of Fire." Mabui hesitated before saying, "What about Inoki from Iwagakure? He might strike us again, just like last time. The fourth Hokage waved his hand dismissively and grinned. If we keep worrying about every possible threat, the village will never expand. I believe in my brother Killer Bee, and I trust our comrades. We can't lose. Hearing the fourth Hokage's passionate declaration, the nearby Kumogakure Jonin grew excited. They had long wanted to expand their territory, seizing lands in the Land of Water and even the Land of Fire. Only by gaining more rewards could the daimyo of the Land of Lightning offer more support. Chapter 165, The Land of Rain. Inside Amigakure headquarters, the higher-ups gathered. As they looked at Yahiko's serious expression, Konan and Nagato felt an ominous premonition. They sensed that Yahiko had some bad news to share. After a moment of silence, Yahiko turned toward the door and said, "It's been a while. Why hasn't Byakuya come yet?" Nagato glanced at Yahiko and replied, "Byakuya has been at the base outside the village lately. He might still need a few more minutes to arrive." "What's the matter that you gathered us here?" Yahiko remained silent and unfurled a scroll containing information about the Ninetales incident. Konan and Nagato stepped forward. As they read that Konoha had experienced the Ninetales chaos and that Minato and Kushina had gone missing amidst the turmoil, their expressions darkened. After a moment, Konan frowned and asked, "Yahiko, what exactly happened in Konoha? Why did the Ninetales appear? Isn't Minato skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique? How could he also go missing?" Yahiko shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know the specifics, but it's true that Minato and Kushina are missing. Jiraiya-sensei can confirm that." Sighing lightly, Yahiko reflected on his limited time spent with Minato. Despite the short duration, they shared many similarities in managing the village and their philosophies, and he had already considered Minato a friend. Hearing news of his friend's potential death was painful for him. Konan fell silent, not feeling a strong attachment to Minato but recognizing the connection through their shared mentor, Jiraiya. Moreover, Kushina was one of the last remaining relatives of both Nagato and Byakuya. The deaths of Minato and Kushina would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow to them. Nagato stood frozen, his emotions a jumbled mix. He had finally found some remaining kin, only to lose one due to the Ninetales incident. Was this the fate of the Uzumaki clan? Just then, as the office was engulfed in a somber atmosphere, Byakuya pushed the door open and entered. Seeing the three from Amigakure looking so downcast, Byakuya frowned. "Yahiko, what's happened to the village that has you all looking so grim?" "It's about Konoha, and Minato and Kushina." Nagato hesitated, unsure whether to tell Byakuya. While Byakuya usually appeared strong, he often displayed moments of vulnerability. "Konoha's affairs?" Byakuya raised an eyebrow. "You mean the Ninetales incident? I just learned about it. Minato and Kushina died in the chaos." "You knew already?" Yahiko blinked in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. "How did you find out? Did you forget I'm the head of the intelligence department? Why would it be strange?" Byakuya shot Yahiko a look before continuing. "I also know they died trying to seal the Ninetales. Apparently, that day, Kushina's chakra caused the seal to weaken, allowing the Ninetales to break free and wreak havoc in Konoha. So, to protect the village, the fourth Hokage had no choice but to use the Uzumaki sealing techniques to contain the Ninetales." Hearing this, Nagato asked curiously, "Byakuya, are you saying Minato died because he used the dead demon-consuming seal? Then why didn't Konoha inform us?" Byakuya sighed. "Nagato, you're still too naive. Minato was your mentor, but he wasn't the same for the other Konoha leaders. They're withholding information, claiming the fourth couple is missing rather than dead, to buy themselves some time. While we might not attack Konoha now, other ninja villages might not hold back." Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato fell silent for a few seconds after Byakuya's explanation. Byakuya was right. They could trust Minato because of their bond as mentors and students. But outside that relationship, they were leaders of their respective villages, and not comrades in the same village. They would always hold back during negotiations. With Minato now dead, the new Hokage would certainly be wary of Amigakure. It was completely normal not to share the real information with them, and Byakuya had done remarkably well to acquire such crucial intel. It seemed that during their last visit to Konoha, Byakuya had planted quite a few seeds. Thinking about this, Yahiko glanced at Byakuya but didn't delve deeper. Without Byakuya's caution, Amigakure and the Akatsuki organization would have likely faced destruction long ago. Nagato expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Byakuya, Kushina is dead. We've lost another member of our clan." Byakuya nodded. "I know Kushina is gone, but I had already advised her to leave Konoha and move here. She refused. And it wasn't anyone else who killed her, it was the Ninetales inside her. We can't take revenge on the Ninetales." Pausing for a moment, Byakuya pulled out a scroll from his robe and added, "Moreover, we have information even more important than the Ninetales incident." More important information than the Ninetales incident? Yahiko and the others turned their attention to Byakuya. After taking the scroll, their expressions turned grave. The content was straightforward. Iwagakure was mobilizing troops on the border of the Land of Water and beginning to infiltrate the surrounding smaller nations. "Byakuya, is this information true? Is war about to break out again in the ninja world?" Byakuya shook his head. "I don't know if Iwagakure will start a war, but with such a large-scale troop mobilization, we cannot be caught off guard." Byakuya's reasoning was sound, and Yahiko nodded in agreement. Regardless of whom Iwagakure targeted, Amigakure needed to be prepared for the possibility of war, preventing the chaos from returning. However, Yahiko was more interested in hearing Byakuya's analysis. "Byakuya, who do you think Iwagakure will attack? The Land of Water, the Land of Rice, or possibly us in Konoha?" Byakuya pondered for a moment before responding. "If Iwagakure makes a move against either the Land of Fire or the Land of Water, Konoha will definitely intervene. Therefore, a conflict between them is inevitable. As for an attack on us or the Land of Rice, that's unlikely unless Iwagakure wants to fight on multiple fronts." Hearing this analysis, Yahiko felt a sense of relief. While he wasn't afraid of war, he didn't want the recently stabilized Land of Rain to plunge back into chaos. However, if Byakuya's predictions were correct and Iwagakure truly attacked Konoha, Amigakure would need to carefully consider its alliances. Chapter 166, Scorpion's New Technique. From Yahiko's perspective, if Konoha were indeed attacked by Kumogakure village, he would certainly provide assistance and help Konoha with its defense and counterattack. Firstly, this was because one of Konoha's 3 legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, was their teacher. Secondly, the late Minato Namikaze was his close friend, and they shared many common ideals regarding governance. Additionally, Amigakure needed a strong ally like Konoha to counter any threats. However, the issue lay in the fact that the 4th Hokage was dead, and no one knew who the new Hokage would be. If Jiraiya were to take over, the relationship between Amigakure and Konoha would naturally be maintained. But if someone else became Hokage, the situation would need to be reconsidered. After all, although Jiraiya from Konoha had mentored the 3 of them, Danzo Shimura from Konoha had also caused significant damage to the Akatsuki organization. If Byakuya hadn't detected something was wrong early and made preparations, the Akatsuki would have been destroyed long ago. Thinking of this, Yahiko looked at the others and slowly asked, "Nagato, Konan, if Kumogakure does attack Konoha, what do you plan to do?" Faced with Yahiko's question, Nagato fell into deep thought. Compared to Yahiko, he had no emotional connection to Konoha and remained indifferent. Although Jiraiya had taught him in the past, it was Konoha's shinobi who killed his parents and attacked the Akatsuki. Especially after learning that Konoha had turned a blind eye when the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, Nagato's goodwill toward Konoha had dropped to 0. The only attachment he had was to Kushina, another member of the Uzumaki clan. Now that Kushina had also died during the Ninetales incident, Nagato had no reason to support Konoha. In fact, a thought arose in Nagato's mind which was to stay away from Konoha. If he continued to attach himself to that place, his life might become even more tragic. Everything he had now could be lost. After all, everything he had once possessed had been taken by Konoha. With this in mind, Nagato said expressionlessly, my thought is to remain neutral and not get involved in their war. But whether you choose to support Konoha or Kumogakure, I won't oppose it. Hearing Nagato's suggestion, Yahiko was slightly surprised. He noticed Nagato's indifference toward Konoha, and this neutral stance, neither supporting nor opposing, was effectively a vote of abstention. However, with Nagato being so cold toward Konoha, Yahiko realized that his idea of helping Konoha might be difficult to carry out. Konan, who had been frowning and thinking for a while, finally revealed her opinion. The Shinobi World War just ended not long ago, and ninjas in our village don't want to fight anymore. If Kumogakure and Konoha truly go to war, can we invite both sides to meet and try to prevent the outbreak of conflict? If we can truly prevent the war this way, it would also align with the Akatsuki's ideals. Upon hearing this, Yahiko smiled helplessly. If stopping wars were that easy, the Shinobi world would have achieved eternal peace long ago. It seemed that in the future, how Amigakure would align itself would need to be discussed with Byakuya. After hearing each other's thoughts, Nagato and Konan both turned to look at Byakuya, since he was the leader of the Akatsuki, while Amigakure was merely a shinobi village under the Akatsuki's control. Byakuya smiled slightly and then said, my thoughts are similar to Nagato's. Even if Konoha and Kumogakure really go to war, we shouldn't get involved lightly. Once you're stuck in the quagmire of war, it's hard to get out. Hearing this, Yahiko and the others were taken aback and looked doubtful. They hadn't expected Byakuya to truly not intend to intervene in the war, which seemed out of character for him. Noticing their reactions, Byakuya's expression turned a bit odd as he said, did you all think of me as some kind of war maniac? Of course, I wouldn't jump into a war so easily. Yahiko still seemed unconvinced and asked in a surprised tone, really? Byakuya scratched his head and then said, it's not that I won't intervene at all, but it's about choosing the right time. Once Konoha and Kumogakure have tasted the bitter fruits of war, the village can then step in and reap the benefits. Yahiko and the others returned to their normal expressions. This was the Byakuya they knew. Byakuya's plan was indeed the best option for now. If Kumogakure wouldn't start the war, Amigakure could quietly continue its development. If Kumogakure does launch a war, Amigakure would have to consider its own interests. What Yahiko and the others didn't know was that Byakuya already had a plan for when the war would break out. He also knew that Kumogakure would definitely invade the Land of Fire this time. All they had to do was wait for the right moment. After shifting the topic from the Ninetales incident to the possibility of Kumogakure launching a war, they ended the discussion. The next topic in the meeting room was about Amigakure's internal development, trivial matters. After the high-level meeting ended, Byakuya returned to the Akatsuki's base located outside the village. After more than a year of development, the scale of the Akatsuki base had grown to rival Amigakure, and the organization's numbers had expanded from over 100 members to more than 300. As the numbers grew, Byakuya divided the Akatsuki into two factions, the Outer Circle and the Inner Circle. And, here we go again. The Outer Circle consisted of ordinary shinobi who had previously joined the Akatsuki, most of whom were from Amigakure. The Inner Circle, however, was made up of rogue ninjas recruited by Byakuya, all of whom had at least the strength of elite jonin. Walking deeper into the base, Byakuya arrived at a hidden room. Inside were two red-haired kunoichi. One lay on a sickbed with disheveled hair, staring blankly at the ceiling as if lost in thought. The other was sitting on a chair, reading a book while occasionally forming sealing jutsu in her hands. Hearing footsteps approaching, the red-haired kunoichi reading the book remained calm, but the disheveled one immediately sat up warily, her eyes fixed on Byakuya as she said, Byakuya, how long do you plan to imprison me? When will you let me leave? Byakuya replied calmly, we'll talk about that when you're healed. If I let you go now, you'll only end up following your husband. The disheveled kunoichi before him was none other than Kushina Uzumaki. After the Ninetales incident, Byakuya spent a tremendous amount of time and effort, as well as using Akane's blood, to save Kushina's life. Even so, Kushina, having lost much of her vitality, was left severely weakened, with only the strength of a genin remaining. It would likely take several years for her to fully recover. Akane walked over and tried to reason with her. Sister Kushina, Byakuya is right. In your current condition, even an average jonin could kill you if you leave. It's better to stay here and recover. And, reminder, Akane is Karen's mother. I changed her name from Karen to Akane. Kushina glanced at Akane and then said, Akane, you've been deceived by Byakuya, which is why you're speaking for him. He was clearly near Konoha during the Ninetales incident, yet he didn't step in to stop the Ninetales. Mississippi Kushina, I had no obligation to deal with the Ninetales. Besides, how was I supposed to know your husband would use the Reaper Death Seal, such a forbidden technique? You only needed to hold on a bit longer. After a pause, Byakuya continued, and you're my kin, but Minato isn't. If you want, you can end your life now and join Minato. I won't stop you. Kushina, with her fiery temper, wanted to teach Byakuya a lesson, but her weakened body made it impossible. So she coldly replied, if you hadn't taken me away, the others in the village would have saved me. If I'd held on until Lady Tsunade returned, I might not have died. At this point, Akane shook her head, showing no hesitation as she said, Sister Kushina, no offense, but no one else but Byakuya could have saved you. When you were brought here, part of your soul was already damaged. I could heal your body, but only Byakuya could repair your fragmented soul. Hearing this, Kushina fell silent. She knew that Byakuya had indeed saved her life. Given the circumstances at the time, it was likely that the masked man had been lurking nearby, and Byakuya couldn't have risked an ambush. However, what she couldn't understand was why Byakuya, after saving her, would imprison her. As for Byakuya's suggestion to commit suicide for Minato, she had considered it, but that would have been far too selfish. After all, her son Naruto was still in Konoha, serving as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. This was the real reason for her clash with Byakuya. She wanted to leave now and return to Konoha to be with Naruto, to raise him. After a moment of contemplation, Kushina fixed her gaze on Byakuya and asked, Byakuya, what exactly do you want from me? What do I have to do for you to send me back to Konoha? Byakuya sighed softly and replied, I only want you to stay here and heal. Once you're better, I will naturally send you back. This is for your protection. And besides, haven't you thought about the masked man who attacked you before? He might come after you again. Kushina fell into silence, realizing she had almost forgotten about that. In her current state, returning to Konoha wouldn't allow her to protect Naruto. In fact, it could even put him in greater danger. But why had the masked man targeted her in the first place? Isn't Naruto still in danger in Konoha? Byakuya, reading Kushina's thoughts, said, Mississippi Kushina, I've had people look into Naruto's situation. It seems the masked man doesn't have plans to target Naruto. Perhaps Konoha has done a good job of keeping things secret, or maybe the masked man is only after the two of you. Although I did consider taking Naruto away, there's always Umbu around him. Konoha wouldn't allow me to take the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Kushina sighed softly. It seemed there was no better solution. As much as she wanted to protect Naruto, the best way to do so might be to stay away from him. In her current state, all she could do was remain hidden in this underground hideout, away from the outside world. At that moment, Byakuya picked up a book from the side and handed it to Kushina, saying, if there's nothing else, work with Akane to compile a textbook on medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. I'll bring you updates about Naruto every few months. With that, Byakuya left the room deep inside the base. Akane glanced at Kushina, then at Byakuya in the distance before following him and asking, Lord Byakuya, why didn't you take Kushina's child back then? And who exactly is the masked man? Naruto is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Konoha would never allow it. As for the identity of the masked man, I'm not entirely sure, but he seems to have a connection with Kushina. If his sole goal was to target the Ninetales Jinchuriki, there's no reason he wouldn't have attacked Naruto again. But for now, Kushina's emotional state is unstable, so I'll need your help with her. I'll take good care of Sister Kushina. Akane nodded before walking away from Byakuya, trusting that he wouldn't harm Kushina, since they were the last of their clan. After Akane left, Byakuya's expression returned to its usual cold indifference. He glanced up at the cold light overhead before resolutely making his way toward the Akatsuki office. Of course, Byakuya knew the true identity of the masked man. He had observed the entire Ninetales incident. If it weren't for the chance to acquire half of the Ninetales, he wouldn't have even wanted to interfere. After all, Konoha's downfall would provide the best opportunity for Akatsuki's growth. Konoha was like the whale of the shinobi world, only when the whale falls can everything else thrive. As for why he saved Kushina Uzumaki, apart from her being a member of the Uzumaki clan, recruiting her might trigger a reward related to the Uzumaki clan. He also had future plans to recruit Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was the reincarnation of Asura, the prophesied child of Mount Maiboku, and the future savior of the shinobi world. The reasons he didn't allow Kushina to reunite with Naruto, or directly take Naruto away, were twofold. First, he didn't want to attract the attention of Black Zetsu. Second, he didn't want to become an enemy of Konoha. Konoha would never allow the Ninetales Jinchuriki to be taken away. When Byakuya finally reached the Akatsuki office, he saw Hanzo standing at the door, acting as a guard. The former demigod had seemingly grown accustomed to a retired life, now resembling an elderly doorman. Hanzo also noticed Byakuya and smiled, saying, "Byakuya, you're finally back. What did Yahiko and the others have told you? Anything important?" "Nothing much, just some news." "What news?" Hanzo asked curiously. "What could they possibly know that you don't?" Byakuya saw through Hanzo's gossipy intentions and replied calmly, "There was a Ninetales incident in Konoha recently. The Fourth Hokage and the Ninetales Jinchuriki both died." "The Fourth Hokage and the Ninetales Jinchuriki are dead?" Hanzo was stunned. Although he had been staying near Amigakure, he was still well informed about the outside world and knew of the Fourth Hokage, a master of the Flying Thunder God technique. But how could the Fourth Hokage and the Ninetales Jinchuriki die together? The two of them combined could easily destroy a small shinobi village. At that moment, Hanzo seemed to recall something and looked at Byakuya suspiciously. "Byakuya, you didn't have anything to do with the Ninetales incident, did you?" "Don't be ridiculous, it had nothing to do with me." Byakuya quickly denied it, but to Hanzo, it sounded like he was trying to cover something up. Hanzo didn't push the matter further and simply smiled, saying, "Whether it was you or not doesn't matter. By the way, Sasori stopped by earlier. It seems he's looking for you." Chapter 167, The Future of Puppet Jutsu. "Sasori came looking for me earlier?" Byakuya was a bit surprised upon hearing this. Ever since he recruited Sasori into the Akatsuki, Sasori had spent all his time holed up in the organization's lab, devoting himself to the study of puppet jutsu. He had essentially become a shut-in, never leaving the lab, except for requesting meals to be delivered and occasionally applying for more research funds. If not for Byakuya's extensive financial backing and his control over trade guilds in the Land of Rain and neighboring small nations, the Akatsuki's budget alone wouldn't have been enough to sustain Sasori's money-burning puppet research. However, over the past 6 months, Sasori has produced some useful research results and puppet inventions. Though Byakuya didn't see much killing potential in these puppets, they showed great promise when used for construction, production, and transportation. Byakuya eagerly awaited the day when Sasori would create large-scale or remotely operated puppets. Hanzo of the Salamander nodded and said, "It seems he's had a breakthrough in puppet jutsu. But I'm getting too old for this, I can't understand those new-style puppets. Back in the day, I destroyed plenty of puppets myself." Seeing that Hanzo was about to start reminiscing about the past, like mostly old men at his age usually talk, Byakuya quickly interrupted, "Hanzo-sensei, let's leave those old stories aside. You should focus on training new recruits for me." Hanzo, though cut off, wasn't upset. He chuckled, "The elite umbus you had me train are just about ready. At best, they'll reach Jonin level. No matter how carefully I train them, they won't reach the Kage level you're aiming for. But Sasori is different. He's the grandson of Chiyo. If you can win him over completely, he'll be a valuable ally in any major undertaking. Byakuya stared at Hanzo for a moment. This old man, who had once led Amigakure to prominence, was now showing genuine concern for Byakuya's future. Could he have really come to see Byakuya as a disciple? However, as a reincarnator, Byakuya knew all too well the weaknesses of these characters from the story. He didn't need Hanzo to worry about such things. With a chuckle, Byakuya said, "Thank you for the advice, sensei, but both Sasori and Kakuzu are ninjas I personally recruited. I know exactly what they want, and I won't let them leave easily." Hearing this, Hanzo was taken aback and asked, "You know what they want? Care to share?" "Of course." Byakuya nodded slightly, his voice turning contemplative. Sasori lost his parents at a young age and has always lacked familial love. That's why he became obsessed with puppet jutsu. If you show him a little care, he'll submit. On the other hand, Kakuzu may love money, but at the core of it, he's afraid of betrayal. After failing to assassinate the first Hokage, his village betrayed him, forcing him to become a rogue ninja. As long as I never abandon him, he'll remain loyal, to both me and money. Hearing Byakuya's analysis of Sasori and Kakuzu, the smile on Hanzo's face stiffened. Analyzing someone's past to understand their present personality and weaknesses wasn't difficult for a ninja of Hanzo's stature. But what shocked him was the sheer extent of Byakuya's knowledge. Sasori's past was relatively recent, so it wasn't surprising that Byakuya knew about it. But Kakuzu's history was decades old, and back then, Byakuya hadn't even been born. Byakuya, sensing Hanzo's surprise, turned his gaze to the old man and said calmly, "As for you, Hanzo-sensei, what you care about most is Amigakure and the Land of Rain. As long as I and Yahiko can lead this country to prosperity, you'll never betray us." The smile on Hanzo's face vanished completely, replaced by a resigned expression. Byakuya had seen right through him. However, seeing someone's weaknesses wasn't the hardest thing in the ninja world, it was helping others realize their dreams that posed the greatest challenge. And Byakuya had that ability. But Hanzo couldn't help but wonder about Byakuya's true identity. There was no way Byakuya could just be an ordinary descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki ninjas did indeed possess higher chakra reserves than most, but Byakuya's chakra levels were extraordinarily high, beyond reason. Moreover, Uzumaki ninjas didn't have access to it release, an ability unique to the first Hokage. If someone else had it, they had to be connected to Konoha. Could Byakuya be related to both the Uzumaki clan and Konoha? Could he have even orchestrated the Nine Tails attack on Konoha? By the time Hanzo snapped out of his thoughts, Byakuya had already disappeared. Sensing the lingering chakra in the air, Hanzo sighed quietly and picked up his thermos. There were some things better left unexplored. He wanted to live long enough to see how Byakuya would leave the Land of Rain and what kind of storm he would stir up in the shinobi world. In the forest near the laboratory, Byakuya found Sasori assembling a puppet. Sasori was deeply focused on his work and didn't notice Byakuya's presence until Byakuya deliberately made a noise. Sasori turned around, his eyes complex as he calmly said, "Byakuya, you're here. Didn't you call me here?" Byakuya shrugged and walked over to observe the humanoid battle puppet Sasori was assembling. This puppet was once again a human puppet, its body sourced from a bounty on the black market. Sasori's puppet, despite being constructed from a corpse, had been enhanced with various special metals and adorned with intricate decorations, making it almost indistinguishable from a living human. After observing the human puppet, Byakuya commented, "Not bad, you've made significant progress. Your earlier designs were too terrifying, but this one has more artistic appeal. If it were a bit more stylish, it would be even better. Also, suitable materials for human puppets are still too hard to find. I'd prefer it if you focus on creating more heavy-duty puppets. Nagato keeps complaining about the high breakage rate of the current ones. Heavy-duty puppets lack artistic soul." "I'm not particularly fond of them," Sasori replied, his voice emotionless despite still being a flesh-and-blood human. After a brief pause, he added, "By the way, I heard about the Ninetales Night. You did a great job. How do you know about that? I don't recall telling you anything about it. Byakuya frowned. Why was everyone assuming he was behind the Ninetales incident? I still have subordinates outside. They informed me. Besides, you mentioned before that Konoha would soon pay a price. So, it's clear the Ninetales Night is connected to you, Sasori replied, his cold eyes locked on Byakuya. His emotions were far more complicated than his indifferent demeanor suggested. In a way, Konoha was also responsible for his parents' deaths. Byakuya's actions seemed to have avenged him in a sense. Yet, Sasori was also shocked by Byakuya's audacity. Although both Konoha and Sunagakure were part of the 5 great shinobi nations, their strength differed greatly. Sasori had barely managed to defeat the Third Hokage through surprise and poison, turning him into a puppet. But Byakuya had stormed into Konoha, killed both the 4th Hokage and the Ninetales Jinchuriki, demonstrating power beyond Sasori's imagination, perhaps enough to call Byakuya the strongest ninja in the world. Byakuya enjoyed the way Sasori was looking at him, but he felt it necessary to clarify. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't the one who orchestrated the Ninetales attack. However, the ninja who triggered it is indeed one of our organization's members. When the time is right, I can introduce you to him. No need, Sasori said, shaking his head slightly, uninterested in meeting the other ninja. In his mind, even if someone else had caused the Ninetales attack, Byakuya, as the leader of the Akatsuki, couldn't be completely uninvolved. Perhaps it was even his command. Sasori then continued assembling the human puppet. Once the final pieces were in place, he turned to Byakuya and said, "Leader Byakuya, here is the remote-controlled puppet you asked me to develop. As long as the puppet is within a 100-meter radius of its controller, it can be manipulated remotely." Sasori proceeded to demonstrate the puppet's abilities. After forming hand seals, the human puppet on the ground shakily stood up. Following Sasori's guidance, it began moving across the clearing, attacking the targets scattered on the ground. The human puppet had 2 primary modes of attack. The first was using hidden shuriken and senbon, needles with pointed ends, stored within its body, and the second was channeling the chakra it contained to perform the ninja techniques it knew in life. With a sharp whoosh, one of the targets was riddled with senbon, resembling a pincushion. The other targets were destroyed by wind and fire techniques, leaving only ashes in their wake. After all the targets were neutralized, Sasori was about to deactivate the puppet, but Byakuya held up a hand to stop him. "Sasori, keep controlling the puppet. This time, I'll be its opponent." Byakuya extended his hand, forming the seal of confrontation with Sasori. "Who would have thought you'd be this childish, Leader Byakuya?" Sasori snorted softly, but he still extended his hand to complete the seal of confrontation. This seal was something only Academy students used, symbolizing that the two were now opponents. In a real battle, enemies wouldn't bother with such formalities, but it held a certain ceremonial significance. Byakuya smiled. Life needs a little more ceremony. Besides, we're comrades now, not enemies like before. With that, Byakuya instantly moved to the center of the clearing, adopting a combat stance. Sasori didn't suspect anything and immediately directed the human puppet to attack Byakuya. He was also curious to test the puppet's performance, and having Byakuya as a sparring partner was an unexpected bonus. Despite facing the puppet's barrage of senbon, shuriken, and even poison gas, Byakuya handled it all with ease. He didn't counterattack, though, instead focusing on evading and defending, helping Sasori collect data on the puppet's capabilities. A few minutes later, the puppet suddenly stalled midair before crashing to the ground. Byakuya waited for a moment, making sure this wasn't a test of the puppet's camouflage, then approached Sasori. Sasori glanced at the fallen human puppet, his expression serious as he meticulously recorded the data, mumbling, "Whether it's the endurance or the sensitivity of control, the chakra rods are far inferior to chakra strings." Hearing this, Byakuya nodded in agreement. He could clearly sense the limitations of this human puppet. Compared to Sasori's other creations, This puppet barely possessed the strength of a chunin, which was a disservice to the ninja it had been in life. But this was a known issue. Using chakra rods for remote control had inherent limitations, primarily the speed of chakra transmission. It was akin to the difference between Wi-Fi and a wired connection in Byakuya's previous life. Wi-Fi could never match the speed of a physical cable. However, chakra rods offered one advantage that chakra strings couldn't: they freed the puppet from the restrictions of physical lines, allowing the puppet and puppeteer to function as two independent combat units. At that moment, Byakuya seemed to recall something. As he picked up the fallen puppet, he asked, "Sasori, you weren't using the puppet's own stored chakra to supplement the transmission from the chakra rod, were you?" Sasori nodded. "That's right. I pre-stored chakra in the puppet's body. Without it, relying on the chakra rods alone wouldn't have sustained the level of chakra consumption we just saw." He paused before continuing, "Unlike you and Nagato, I can't create black rods. I can only use these rods infused with chakra-conducting metal to mimic the black rod's functionality. But that introduces new problems. This method can only work with human puppets. Regular puppets can't handle this setup. Even if I pre-store chakra in them, it rapidly depletes once they're disconnected from the main body." Sasori smirked slightly and added, "Of course, I have no qualms about making human puppets, but your subordinates might, and the organization probably can't provide enough bodies for this method either." As he spoke, Sasori was already imagining a scene where he mass-produced thousands of human puppets for the Akatsuki. Even for a puppet fanatic like himself, the thought was a bit unsettling. Byakuya fell into contemplation at Sasori's words. Sasori was right. Storing chakra in a human body was vastly different from doing so in a regular puppet. The difficulty levels weren't even comparable. Even someone like Nagato, with the powerful body of a sage, chose 6 corpses for his 6 paths of pain. In the shinobi world, only 2 individuals had the capacity for truly remote chakra transmission. One was the rogue ninja from Sunagakure, Hirako, and the other was Tonari Otsutsuki. Hirako relied on the power of the dragon vein, allowing him to control puppets remotely without regard for distance in the ancient kingdom of Roran, which had been built atop the dragon vein. It was a forceful method of supporting puppets. Tonari, on the other hand, was the last of the Otsutsuki on the moon, wielding the power of the Tensigen. The Tensigen's power rivaled that of the Rinnegan. Both approaches were extreme. One required conquering the ancient kingdom of Roran, absorbing the dragon vein's power, and the other required traveling to the moon to confront the last surviving member of the Otsutsuki clan. If either of these were achievable, mastering remote puppet control would no longer be necessary at all. For now, the only option seemed to be hoping that Sasori could continue his research either by developing more efficient transmission techniques or by solving the issue of chakra storage for regular puppets. However, the current technology Sasori provided was already sufficient for their immediate needs. There was no need to rush. Chapter 168, The Unfair Treatment of the Uchiha. Konoha. 2 weeks had passed since the Ninetales attack. Although this short time wasn't enough for the villagers and shinobi to fully recover from the trauma, life in the village seemed to have returned to its usual hustle and bustle as if the chaos had never happened. But the cold, engraved names on the memorial stone and the newly reconstructed streets reminded everyone that the era of the Fourth Hokage had come to an end. The Hokage, who had been born a commoner, was now completely gone. As for the reappointment of the Third Hokage, the villagers and shinobi expressed little opposition. Hiruzen Sarutobi had led the village for decades, and even during the tenure of the Fourth Hokage, his influence remained significant. Now, his return to power was simply a continuation of the previous order, with not much changing. However, there were 2 exceptions to this general contentment: the Uchiha clan and Danzo, leader of the root organization. Though Danzo had known in advance that Hiruzen would remain as interim Hokage for a long time, he grew increasingly furious seeing that Hiruzen still hadn't nominated a successor. He had no choice but to endure Hiruzen's continued rule, but at the same time, Danzo found himself unable to openly campaign for the Hokage position. To run for Hokage, one needed not only significant influence within the village but also the recommendation of elders. Although Danzo had the necessary experience, it was impossible for him to nominate himself. Furthermore, he had already sent people to the daimyo's palace for answers. Unfortunately for him, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had no intention of supporting his bid for Hokage and chose to maintain the status quo by allowing Hiruzen to continue as Hokage. On top of this, Orochimaru, one of Danzo's potential allies, was busy hiding away in his lab, experimenting on would-release users. Despite the limited success of these experiments, they consumed vast amounts of funds, nearly a fifth of the root's budget. Danzo could only hope that Orochimaru would soon produce results and develop a qualified would-release ninja. With a light sigh, Danzo, leaning on his cane, pushed open the door to the meeting room. Today's meeting was about the allocation of land to various clans, a discussion that would directly determine where the major clans of Konoha would be located in the future. Looking at the clan heads gathered before him, Danzo silently cursed the Third Hokage. Hiruzen never assigned him tasks that boosted morale, but when it came to issues like dividing land, which inevitably offended many, Danzo was always left to deal with it. It seemed as though Hiruzen wanted Danzo to bear the stigma of these decisions, further diminishing his chances of ever becoming Hokage. Despite his complaints, Danzo took his seat at the main table and began to methodically allocate land, using the opportunity to insert some benefits for his own allies. If he was destined to offend some of the clans, he might as well seize the chance to secure as many advantages as possible. First, Danzo distributed land to the Ino-Shikacho clan, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi, allocating them a prime area close to the Hokage building. If he ever wanted to become Hokage, he would undoubtedly need their support. Next came the smaller clans, like the Inuzuka and Aburame. These clans could be useful allies to Root, so it wasn't unreasonable to allocate them better land. However, to ensure their loyalty, Danzo made sure to retain leverage over them before giving them their plots. By the time the medium and small clans had all received their land, the only remaining clans were the Sarutobi, Hyuga, and Uchiha. Danzo allocated relatively modest land to his own Sarutobi clan, ensuring it wasn't too advantageous but not too inferior either. Then, glancing at the two remaining clan heads, Hayashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha, Danzo spoke slowly. This area near the bustling district will go to the Hyuga clan. As for the Uchiha, you will remain near the Naka River. That place is your ancestral home, and it will be more convenient for your clan's gatherings. Hearing this allocation, Hayashi had no objections. The Hyuga clan had always maintained a neutral stance and refrained from engaging in the village's political power struggles. While the land they received wasn't in the heart of the village, it was far better than what the Uchiha were given. As for concerns about being isolated by other clans, Hayashi had no such worries. As long as they had the Gentle Fist and Byakugan, Hyuga Shinobi would never lack for allies on missions. Their unique abilities were the Hyuga clan's competitive edge. In stark contrast, Fugaku furrowed his brow and couldn't hold back his frustration. Danzo-sama, the Uchiha clan is already located far from the village center. Now you've assigned us even further away to the outskirts. How are we supposed to perform our duties in the Konoha police force? Danzo glanced at Fugaku before replying coldly, the Uchiha clan has a large population. If I don't assign you to the outskirts, you will occupy the space of 3 or 4 other clans. I have to consider the interests of everyone here. Can't the Uchiha make a sacrifice? Danzo paused for a moment, then added meaningfully, besides, the police force has always been slow to respond. Whether you're stationed far away or not makes little difference, it's not like you've been effective anyway. His words caused many of the other clan heads to shift their gaze toward Fugaku. Danzo's logic made sense. If the Uchiha were given land in the center, it would force other clans to the outskirts, greatly reducing their influence. Moreover, didn't the Uchiha clan have close ties with the 4th Hokage? Yet, during the Ninetales attack, the police force didn't show up to help, and afterward, the Uchiha sustained the fewest casualties of any clan. Not even a single death. It was hard not to suspect that they had abandoned the village in its time of need. Under the weight of so many questioning stares, Fugaku felt an intense pressure. He couldn't explain that the Uchiha had been ordered to stand down, whether that order had come from the fourth or the third Hokage was now impossible to prove. Without written orders from the Hokage, Fugaku had no way to justify his position or push for better land. For now, he had no choice but to endure and accept the village's decision. Fugaku's face darkened as he cast a cold glance at Danzo, then lowered his proud head. With Fugaku no longer objecting, Danzo swiftly completed the land allocation for all the clans. After the meeting concluded, Danzo deliberately watched Fugaku's departing figure for a few extra moments. He had expected Fugaku to reveal the events of the night of the Ninetales attack and challenge him directly. But to Danzo's surprise, Fugaku backed down. Fugaku didn't even dare to mention that Danzo had blocked the Uchiha from leaving their compound that night. Was he afraid of the Hokage's faction, or did he have another plan? The power of the Hokage's faction had greatly diminished, and the Uchiha surely couldn't fear the third Hokage. That left only one possibility: the Uchiha were truly involved in the Ninetales incident. If Danzo hadn't led Ru to block the Uchiha police force, their plan might have succeeded. Danzo felt vindicated in his actions. He believed he had seen further than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without him, the Uchiha would have already seized power. After the high-level meeting, the Uchiha clan held their own assembly at the Naka Shrine. The unfairness of the land allocation and Danzo's remarks had sparked unprecedented anger among the Uchiha. They hadn't remained in their compound during the Ninetales attack by choice; it was Danzo who had blocked them. If not for Fugaku's intervention, they might have clashed with the Root Ninja right then and there. Now that the Ninetales incident had ended, Danzo had the audacity to accuse them of failing to assist. It was outrageous. One Uchiha spoke up: "Captain Fugaku, we should protest at the Hokage building and expose everything that happened that day." Another Uchiha quickly interjected: "Protesting at the Hokage building won't help. Danzo wouldn't have faked orders. This has to have been the will of the third Hokage. We need to make sure we become the next Hokage." Many other Uchiha chimed in: "Captain Fugaku, we can't endure this any longer. If we don't take the Hokage's seat, the Uchiha will continue to be mistreated." Hearing the outcry from his clan members, Fugaku shook his head and sighed. "Everyone, we don't have the power to run for Hokage right now. Danzo has already used the land allocation to win over the other clans. No matter how strong the Uchiha are, we can't fight the entire village. At least, we suffered few casualties during the Ninetales attack. Let them say what they want." Fugaku's calming words slowly eased the tension in the room. Though the Uchiha had been treated unfairly, they had come out of the Ninetales incident with their strength intact. In contrast, other clans had lost many of their shinobi, from Jonin to Chunin, with countless casualties. If the Uchiha were to make a move now, it would surely trigger a backlash from the other clans. Those clans wouldn't care about the truth; they only cared that the Uchiha hadn't participated in defending the village during the Ninetales attack. Most Uchiha simply wanted to live in peace. Though they held on to the dream of one day becoming Hokage, few were truly willing to start a coup. They were more inclined to vent their frustrations at clan meetings. Seeing this, the more radical members of the clan also tempered their thoughts of rebellion. They weren't foolish; they knew the Uchiha were still outmatched by the rest of the village. Their vocal protests were more about asserting their presence and expressing dissatisfaction. Still, thoughts of that night's Ninetales, which had appeared to be under someone's control, left them uneasy. The Ninetales movements had been stiff and unnatural, as if it were under the influence of Jinjutsu. Only a few people had the ability to control the Ninetales with Jinjutsu: Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. But both Madara and Hashirama had been dead for decades. It was impossible for them to have returned at this time. Could it be that there was another Uchiha out there? One who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and was responsible for the Ninetales attack? Amidst the crowd, Shursui Uchiha silently observed his clansmen's arguments. This wasn't the first time he had witnessed such debates at a clan meeting. The Uchiha were always torn between whether to pursue the Hokage position or simply complain about the unfair treatment from the Hokage's office and other clans. Shursui was all too familiar with this. He had long understood how slim the Uchiha's chances of becoming Hokage were. More than 30 years ago, Madara Uchiha, one of Konoha's founders, had failed and turned into a traitor to the village, a name now forbidden to mention among the Uchiha. Then, about 20 years ago, Shirsui's grandfather, Kagami Uchiha, had served as a trusted aide to the second Hokage, and even had a chance to run for Hokage. But he had died on a secret mission before that could happen. A year ago, Captain Fugaku had also intended to run for Hokage, but he hadn't even been able to secure a nomination. Each failure pushed the Uchiha further from the Hokage's seat and farther from the village. If things continued this way, it seemed inevitable that the Uchiha would eventually attack the Hokage's office. Unfortunately, Shisui had been on a mission outside the village during the Nine-Tails attack. If he had been there, he might have been able to use the incident as an opportunity to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and the villagers, perhaps even saving the fourth Hokage. With a soft sigh, Shisui quietly left the Naka shrine. After leaving the shrine, Shisui wandered aimlessly for a while. Weighed down by his complex emotions, he eventually found himself in a small grove, where he heard the sound of kunai slicing through the air. A faint smile crossed his face. Entering the grove, Shisui spotted Uchiha Itachi training in a clearing. Itachi noticed Shirsui's presence and put away the kunai in his hand, smiling as he said, "Shisui, you're here. If you're not busy, would you mind sparring with me?" Shisui picked up a kunai from the ground and nodded gently. After forming the seal of confrontation, the two quickly disappeared from where they stood, engaging in a purely taijutsu battle. The air was filled with the sounds of their bodies clashing. As Shisui blocked a horizontal kick from Itachi, something occurred to him, and he asked, "Itachi, isn't today a school day? How come you're sneaking out of class?" Itachi, his face expressionless, responded, "School is too boring. I've already mastered everything, whether it's the academic subjects or physical training. Even the senior students can't beat me, so I don't see any reason to stay." Shisui frowned slightly and said, "I understand that the academy can be dull, but if you don't attend, you won't be able to officially graduate and become a ninja." "It's fine. I use the shadow clone jutsu. The academy teachers are only Chunin level, they can't tell the difference between me and a shadow clone," Itachi replied absent-mindedly, his focus entirely on attacking Shisui. Hearing this, Shisui nodded, understanding. "If you're using shadow clone jutsu, that's not a problem. Let's continue training. Practical experience is much more valuable than theory anyway." Within just a few exchanges, Itachi and Shisui had finished their sparring practice. As they sat on the ground, drinking water and resting, Shisui suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Itachi, what's your dream?" "My dream?" Itachi was briefly stunned, then replied, "I suppose it's to resolve the conflict between the clan and the village, to bring about everlasting peace in the world. Maybe only by becoming Hokage could I achieve that." He paused for a moment before adding, "But whether it's my father or you, Shisui, your chances of becoming Hokage are much higher than mine." Shisui was taken aback by Itachi's answer. Before asking the question, Shisui had already assumed what Itachi's response would be. Given Itachi's extraordinary talent, it was only natural for him to dream of becoming Hokage. But hearing Itachi's actual dream left Shisui momentarily stunned, as it reminded him of something Byakuya had once told him: if a Uchiha's dream is to become Hokage, then destruction is only a matter of time. Back then, Shisui hadn't believed it. But now, he was starting to feel uncertain. Chapter 169, The Cloud of War. The more Shisui thought about it, the more ominous Byakuya's words seemed. The phrase, "if a Uchiha's dream is to become Hokage, then destruction is only a matter of time," weighed on his heart like some kind of fate, making it hard to breathe. Reflecting on the clan's history of striving for power, he realized the tragic pattern. Madara once desired the position of Hokage but ended up as a rogue ninja, dying at the hands of the first Hokage. Shirsui's own grandfather, who also aspired to be Hokage, perished on a secret mission. Despite these painful lessons, the Uchiha still yearned for the title of Hokage. Did the Hokage position truly hold such allure? Was it so powerful that it drove countless clan members to sacrifice themselves, much like moths to a flame? Noticing Shirsui's distracted expression, Itachi patiently waited before asking, "Shirsui, what were you just thinking about? Were you thinking about how to become Hokage?" Shirsui, snapping out of his thoughts, shook his head with a hint of fear. "No, I wasn't. I was thinking that maybe neither the clan nor we should aim for the position of Hokage. We should stay quietly within the police force instead. The Uchiha can still uphold the will of fire by serving there." Itachi looked surprised. Shirsui wasn't just any ninja, he was the youngest jonin in the clan, and his future potential might even surpass his father's, putting him on par with the previous clan leaders. For Shirsui to have no aspirations of becoming Hokage was unexpected, especially since almost all Uchiha ninjas desired it, hoping for an Uchiha Hokage to emerge one day. Just as Itachi was about to persuade his older cousin, he received feedback from his shadow clone. The clone he had left at the Ninja Academy had been dispelled, and he needed to return immediately, otherwise, the teachers would scold him, and his parents would be disappointed. Realizing this, Itachi stood up slowly, bowed, and said, "My shadow clone has been discovered, so I have to return to the village right away. I'll come visit you tonight." Shirsui nodded and replied, "See you tonight, then." As soon as Shirsui finished speaking, Itachi used the body flicker technique and vanished. His speed far surpassed that of an average academy student, even exceeding most Chunin and Chunin. Watching Itachi disappear into the distance, Shirsui couldn't help but marvel at his talent, recognizing that Itachi's potential rivaled his own. Once Itachi was gone, Shirsui stood there, lost in thought. He had no idea what path lay ahead for him or the clan. Should he seek guidance from Lord Third? Or perhaps another ninja? Byakuya of Amigakure was a good option, but Shirsui had no reason to leave the village, let alone travel to Amigakure to seek him out. With a sigh, Shirsui began training alone. If thinking wouldn't yield answers, then growing stronger was the only path forward. His three-tomo Sharingan could easily see through an enemy's weaknesses, but it couldn't glimpse the future of the Uchiha. At the Hokage's office, Jiraiya anxiously pushed open the door to the office. Upon seeing his former teacher, the third Hokage, seated behind the desk, his gaze dimmed with sorrow. Before returning to the village, Jiraiya had already learned of the fourth Hokage and Kushina's sacrifice, but seeing his teacher sitting in the Hokage's chair instead of Minato stirred a complex wave of emotions within him. Noticing Jiraiya enter, the third Hokage lifted his head. Neither master nor student spoke. The air in the office was thick with sadness, as one had lost an heir, and the other had lost a beloved student. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya hesitantly asked, "Old man, is Minato really gone? Didn't he master the Flying Thunder God technique? Could anyone in the ninja world really kill him?" The third Hokage sighed softly and replied, "To be precise, Minato and Kushina are listed as missing. But Minato used the Reaper Death Seal, and Kushina lost the Nine Tails. After so many days with no news, their deaths are almost certain. They gave everything to keep the Nine Tails in the village. Both of them fought with all they had." Jiraiya sighed in response, unable to argue. The third was right. If Minato had wanted to flee, no one in the ninja world could have stopped him. But instead of escaping, Minato chose to use the Reaper Death Seal to seal the Nine Tails within their newborn son, Naruto, ensuring the beast stayed within the village. After all, if the Nine Tails had been killed, there was no telling when or where it would reincarnate. If Konoha lost the mighty Nine Tails, the other ninja villages, always looking for an opportunity, would undoubtedly launch an attack, igniting yet another great war. Additionally, Minato loved Kushina dearly and likely had thoughts of following her in death. But this left their child to suffer. Barely born, Naruto had lost both his parents, and his future would undoubtedly be filled with hardships. Thinking of this, Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage and asked, "Old man, where is Naruto right now? The masked man might attack him again." "Naruto has been properly taken care of by me." After a pause, the third Hokage revealed his plan. "In the days to come, I intend to conceal Naruto's identity and raise him as an ordinary child. This is also for his protection. Old man, I trust your arrangements." Jiraiya nodded slightly, feeling reassured by the Third Hokage's plans. Even if they concealed Naruto's identity, the Third Hokage would never neglect him. However, with Minato gone, it seemed like he had one less reason to stay in the village. Of the few people he could talk to in the village, besides the old man, there was Orochimaru. He wondered how Orochimaru was doing and whether he had moved on from the shadow of losing the Hokage election. At this moment, Jiraiya seemed to recall something and said, "Old man, since Minato has been confirmed missing, shouldn't the village elect the next Hokage? We can't have you overworking yourself forever." The Third Hokage glanced at Jiraiya and said, "That's exactly why I called you here. With Minato's sacrifice, don't you, as his teacher, bear the responsibility to inherit the land and become the new Hokage?" Jiraiya's expression turned difficult. He had grown accustomed to a free and easy life and couldn't handle the constraints that came with being Hokage. Becoming Hokage was a difficult dream for most Jonin, but for him, it was a significant hassle. Once he became Hokage, he wouldn't only have to deal with daily duties, his personal freedom would also be restricted. If he wanted to leave the village, he'd have to consult with other high-ranking officials and take a guard squad with him. His small hobbies would be hard to pursue with a guard squad in tow. Unless he disregarded Konoha's reputation, but he could never act in a way that would dishonor Konoha. With this in mind, Jiraiya said to the Third Hokage, Orochimaru would be a good candidate. He also ran for the fourth Hokage position, and if he becomes the fifth, the Jonin in the village shouldn't object. Mentioning Orochimaru, the Third Hokage's expression changed slightly, and he frowned. Orochimaru spends all his time in the lab and doesn't have time to take on the role of Hokage. Besides, he's been getting too close to Danzo lately, which could influence him. To be fair, the Third Hokage didn't want to see Orochimaru become Hokage. Although Orochimaru was his most talented disciple, with his eye for talent and contributions to the village, he was more than qualified to be the new Hokage. However, Orochimaru had a fatal flaw, his overly cold personality. On the battlefield, he could ruthlessly kill enemies and devise strategies that sacrificed a few for victory, which contradicted the essence of the Will of Fire. Not only that, during the earlier would-release project, his gaze towards the volunteers was no different from that of a scientist looking at lab mice. When volunteers transformed into tree people, there was no emotional fluctuation on Orochimaru's face. A ninja like that could manage the village, but he absolutely could not be Hokage. If everyone emulated Orochimaru, the Will of Fire would lose its meaning. However, the Third Hokage couldn't express these thoughts in front of Jiraiya. After pondering for a moment, the Third Hokage continued, "You can recommend Orochimaru to be Hokage, but there should be at least 2 candidates in the election. If you agree to run for Hokage or bring Tsunade back, I can immediately convene a meeting of all Jonin." Jiraiya remained silent for a few seconds, not wanting to continue this topic. He didn't want to become Hokage, and Tsunade definitely didn't want to either. Since she left the village in anger a few years ago, she hadn't returned. At most, she only showed up to support the front lines during wartime. To be honest, he didn't even have the confidence to bring Tsunade back, let alone persuade her to run for 5th Hokage. For now, he could only play dead and avoid the topic. Seeing Jiraiya fall silent, the Third Hokage realized his plan had failed. He had originally hoped to trick Jiraiya into running for Hokage, but that plan now seemed unfeasible. Still, his health was holding up, he could manage for another 3 to 5 years. He hoped that by then, Jiraiya and Tsunade would come to their senses. The village needed a young Hokage to inject vitality, he could no longer risk any actions that might disrupt the balance. As Jiraiya and the Third Hokage negotiated over the position of Hokage, Danzo appeared in the corridor outside. Hearing Jiraiya's disdain for the Hokage role, Danzo's old face twitched, and he unconsciously gripped his cane tighter, his nails digging into the wood. If Jiraiya was unwilling to take on the Hokage role, then perhaps the old man could serve in that capacity. Had he really worked diligently for the village all these years only to be overshadowed by a wandering Tsunade? Just because she was Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama and Tobirama? Clearing his throat a few times to assert his presence, Danzo pushed open the office door. From the force with which he opened it, the door seemed heavier than before. Did Sarutobi anticipate his foul mood and the possibility of him leaving in anger? Reining in his wandering thoughts, Danzo approached the desk, handed the meeting records to the Third Hokage, and said slowly, "I've completed the work on clan land distribution. Aside from the Uchiha being dissatisfied, the other clans are quite satisfied. However, I'm concerned that the Uchiha may cause trouble, so I propose installing surveillance near their territory to monitor their movements and guard against potential attacks." The Third Hokage took the records, glanced over them, and said, "Let's skip the surveillance. The Uchiha are part of the village, and we can't treat them differently. As for the clan territory issues, I'll go discuss it with Fugaku in a few days." Seeing the Third Hokage's leniency towards the Uchiha, Danzo's expression turned sour. "Sarutobi, you're being too lenient. The Uchiha must be kept under surveillance to ensure the village's safety, especially since this QB incident is closely related to them." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya leaned in, curious. "Danzo, do you know the identity of the attacker? Did you fight the masked man that day?" Danzo's expression grew awkward. He hadn't actually fought the masked man. After a moment, he forcefully explained, "I didn't fight the masked man, but based on the information we have, it should be confirmed that the masked man is an Uchiha who has developed space-time ninjutsu. The QB incident was a collaboration between the masked man and the Uchiha to overthrow the village." Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Danzo, saying, "Elder Danzo, you still lack concrete evidence to support this claim. Why must it be the Uchiha? Other ninjas could also learn Flying Thunder God technique." Danzo felt anger rising. He already disliked Jiraiya. Only Uchiha Madara has controlled tailed beasts to attack the village. No other ninja can accomplish that. Who else could it be if not the Uchiha? Moreover, only the village has complete space-time ninjutsu, and only people from the village have access to it. As Danzo and Jiraiya argued, the Third Hokage suddenly recalled something he had nearly forgotten. On the day of the QB incident, the sealing book had also been stolen. That book contained records of nearly all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. Was the masked man's goal not to destroy Konoha but to obtain the sealing book? But the ninjas recorded in the sealing book were high-risk techniques that didn't necessarily yield high returns. What exactly was the masked man's purpose in stealing the sealing book? After contemplating for a moment, the Third Hokage realized he had no good leads. The lost sealing book couldn't be recovered, but fortunately, there were multiple copies, so the village hadn't entirely lost those forbidden techniques. Perhaps they could just monitor whether any of the forbidden techniques from the sealing book appeared across the ninja world. That might reveal the masked man's true identity and the deeper reasons behind the QB incident. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. The Hokage's assistant burst through the door, breathless, and looked into the office. Seeing the chaotic scene in the Hokage's office, the assistant was momentarily taken aback, then quickly handed a scroll of information to the Third Hokage, saying, "Lord Third, Lord Danzo, Lord Jiraiya, we've received news from the border. Kumogakure has declared war on the Land of Fire." Chapter 170, Kabuto and Kakashi. Kumogakure has declared war? Upon hearing this news, the Third Hokage's expression darkened immediately. Both Danzo and Jiraiya stopped their argument and looked at the Hokage assistant who had delivered the information. After reading through the scroll, the Third Hokage gestured for the assistant to leave and then said to Danzo and Jiraiya, "This report is accurate. Kumogakure is indeed launching an attack against us." With that, the Third Hokage sighed softly. After the QB incident, he had anticipated that this day would come, whether it would be IWA Hidden Village stirring in the north or Kumogakure in the northeast keeping a watchful eye. He just hadn't expected that Kumogakure would initiate war so quickly. They weren't prepared for it yet. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, "The major conflicts in the ninja world have already concluded. Why is Kumogakure starting a war? They lost their third Hokage in the last Great War." Danzo glanced at Jiraiya, discontented with his lack of understanding. Although Kumogakure lost their third Hokage in the last Ninja World War, their overall fighting capacity hasn't suffered significantly. Moreover, with the growth of the Jinchuriki like Killer Bee and the one from the Hozuki clan, they feel they now have the qualifications to challenge us. However, it's a good thing they are initiating wars since we can weaken them. Danzo was consistently hardline on external issues, a staunch hawk who advocated using any means necessary to deal with enemy forces, including assassinating high-ranking officials from enemy nations and launching attacks disguised as the enemy in neutral countries. Hearing the mention of Jinchuriki, Jiraiya's expression grew somber. If the fourth Hokage and his wife were still alive, Kumogakure wouldn't be brave enough to initiate an attack. Now, lacking a Jinchuriki, Konoha was already at a disadvantage before the war had even begun. After all, each qualified Jinchuriki had the combat strength equivalent to a Kage and possessed destructive power greater than that of the 5 Kages. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage waved his hand and said, "Gather the Jonin from all major departments of the village for a meeting. We can't avoid this war." Following the third Hokage's order, a pre-war meeting was quickly convened in the Hokage building. Upon learning that Kumogakure was invading from the northeast towards the Land of Water, the faces of the Jonin present darkened. None wanted to endure another war. The reason was simple. Since the Second Ninja World War broke out 20 years ago, Konoha had enjoyed a period of peace and harmony, having been under the shadow of war for so long. After finally enduring the years where even 9-year-old children had to go to battle and survive the Nine Tails incident, which cost them many elite forces, they had only just regained a semblance of peace for less than a month before Kumogakure decided to attack. However, reality wouldn't change because of their thoughts. They had to unite to overcome this crisis. Given that this was a single-front war, Konoha wouldn't face the same level of pressure as in previous conflicts. After many Jonin recommended him, Jiraiya was appointed as the commander on the battlefield against Kumogakure. Danzo also considered vying for the commander position but ultimately abandoned the idea at this critical moment. Firstly, aside from the dream beasts, he had no other large summoning beasts to counter the Jinchuriki. Secondly, he wanted to quietly build up strength to avoid unnecessary losses. If all went as expected, many ninjas would perish on the battlefield, making it the best time to eliminate unstable factors. With that in mind, Danzo recommended Fugaku to be the vice commander. "Everyone, I believe the captain of the police force, Fugaku Uchiha, would be suitable to serve as Jiraiya's deputy." Upon hearing Danzo's recommendation, Fugaku's expression was one of skepticism. He knew this was Danzo's scheme aimed at weakening the Uchiha's numbers through war. Yet, after contemplating for a moment, Fugaku accepted Danzo's recommendation and became the vice commander on the front lines. Even knowing this was a trap, the Uchiha couldn't miss the opportunity to prove themselves as the best choice for the fifth Hokage. Through the trials of blood and iron, the Uchiha's overall strength would only grow stronger. Seeing Fugaku take on the role of vice commander at the front lines against Kumogakure, many Jonin envied the Uchiha for their newfound power, while others subtly mocked them. The third Hokage did not oppose Danzo's recommendation, considering the Uchiha had not suffered many losses during the Kyuubi incident. Having the Uchiha assist Jiraiya in the battle against Kumogakure would be ideal. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans could effectively counter Kumogakure's masters of physical techniques. Even the most troublesome Jinchuriki could be interfered with by the Uchiha through their Sharingan Jinjutsu. After establishing the arrangements for the front lines against Kumogakure, they also strategized for defenses in other directions. Even the Iwa and Kiri, who had been in a state of truce, and Suna, who had become allies, had to be watched carefully. War could erupt into a new round of the Ninja World War at any moment. After the pre-war meeting concluded, Danzo left the Hokage building. He glanced at the Hokage's office, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. In war, a Hokage could not be easily replaced, and Kumogakure's invasion undoubtedly solidified Sarutobi's position. However, he was not without his gains. He had received permission to expand the root organization. Only during wartime would the third Hokage slightly relax restrictions, allowing him to act freely. Using this opportunity, he could expand the number of root members several-fold, surpassing the scale of his previous journey to the Rain Village. There were two ways to recruit root members, directly from active duty and cultivating war orphans. The former involved recruiting excellent ninjas who had graduated from the Ninja Academy and had served for many years, who could quickly become combatants for the root without much training, though they could not guarantee absolute loyalty. After all, these people would eventually become members of the Third Hokage's Umbu and couldn't be trusted completely. The latter, while providing absolute loyalty, had a very long training period. Cultivating a qualified confidant required at least half a year of careful training, with a high attrition rate during that training. After weighing his options, Danzo decided he would pursue both strategies, cultivating war orphans as trusted subordinates and recruiting elite active-duty ninjas. Only this way could he ensure the efficiency of Root's operations. With this in mind, Danzo had already identified suitable candidates and changed direction toward the Hitaki residence. His target was the son of White Fang, the fourth Hokage's student, Kakashi Hitaki. Before long, Danzo arrived at the Hitaki home and found Kakashi lying despondently on the tatami mat. He couldn't help but frown. It was just the death of a teacher. Did he really need to be this negative? Ninjas were fundamental tools in the hands of those in power. Tools shouldn't have feelings, they just needed to obey orders and complete missions. Considering Kakashi's demonstrated talent, Danzo patiently knocked on the door. A few minutes later, he heard footsteps on the floor, and the door was slowly opened. Seeing that it was Danzo, the leader of the Root organization, Kakashi said expressionlessly, "What do you need from me, Danzo?" "I'm here to invite you to join Root. The village is now at war, and we need your help." Upon hearing this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. To most ninjas, Root was seen as a training ground for the Umbu. But as a disciple of the Hokage, Kakashi understood that although Root was ostensibly a training department for the Umbu, it also had its own armed faction directly under Danzo. The nature of Root was simple, it was the Umbu of the Umbu. Danzo's visit was clearly not about restoring him to his former position but rather about recruiting him into Root. With that thought, Kakashi shook his head and said, "Does the village need someone as useless as me, who can't even protect anyone? Even without joining Root, I can still go to the front lines to complete missions. Besides, Danzo, Root is too dark. I don't want to be part of it." Danzo glanced at Kakashi but didn't take offense at his frankness. He said meaningfully, "Root embodies the village's dark side, and naturally, it is filled with darkness. But that is the very purpose of Root's existence. Only by quietly working in the shadows can we allow the leaves to thrive under the sun. My invitation for you to join Root comes from recognizing the darkness within you. Only a ninja like you can protect the village from the shadows. Moreover, your heart is in turmoil right now. By joining Root and completing missions, you can temporarily forget your past and simply become the Root of Konoha." Kakashi fell silent. Danzo's words struck a chord with him. Recently, he had been restless because of memories from the past. If there were a chance to forget himself and become an ordinary ninja, perhaps that would be a good decision. Seeing Kakashi hesitating, Danzo continued, "Kakashi, you can rest assured that you are different from others. Even if you join Root, I won't plant the curse mark on you. As long as you wish to leave Root, you can do so at any time, I won't stop you." After hearing this, Kakashi fell into deep thought. After a while, he looked at Danzo, who was smiling. "Danzo, when can I report to Root?" With Kakashi successfully recruited, Danzo felt quite pleased and directed him to report to Root immediately. Kakashi was not just any ninja, he was the son of Konoha's White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo, and the youngest jonin in the village. Over time, he would inevitably reach the heights of Konoha's White Fang. Moreover, in addition to his ninja talent, Kakashi possessed a Sharingan gifted by the Uchiha clan. For a ninja of his level, the Sharingan had become less useful, its enhanced dynamic vision relied on the body's ability to react, and its inability to deactivate consumed a considerable amount of chakra. However, the Sharingan had an almost legendary secret technique that could turn the tide in crucial moments. When faced with the relentless pursuit of enemy ninjas, if not for Kagami Uchiha using that technique to reverse the situation, he might have perished in the Second Ninja World War. Those were hard times. Konoha had not only lost the first Hokage but also Tobirama Sensei. Reclaiming his scattered thoughts, Danzo arrived outside the Konoha orphanage under the cover of night. Seeing the dilapidated sign of the orphanage and the smiling Nono Yakushi at the entrance, Danzo's expression turned sharp. Nono had once been his ace, completing many missions for him. However, after a particularly deadly task, Nono retired from Root and became the director of the orphanage, breaking free from Danzo's control. Over the years, Nono not only ignored Danzo's summons but even refused to hand over the war orphans. These orphans, free from attachments, were mostly the descendants of ninjas, making them ideal candidates for Root. But Nono had the audacity to confront him over these war orphans, which had left Danzo simmering with anger. Now that he had received permission to expand the Root ninja roster, whether to recruit students from the orphanage was no longer up to Nono. However, using these orphans to coerce Nono was also a viable option. With the situation in Iwagakure, Root was in need of a decent spy. Sending someone to the Land of Rain would be a good choice. With this in mind, Danzo appeared before Nono, blocking her path. Seeing Danzo standing in her way, Nono's expression instantly darkened. She looked at him cautiously and said, "Danzo, why are you here?" Since the fourth Hokage's death, Nono had been worried that Danzo would come knocking. She never expected that after only 1 month of peace, he would actually show up. She didn't know if she could protect the children of the orphanage from Danzo. After locking eyes, Danzo smiled and said, "The Wandering Miko, it's been a while. How has life been for you as the director?" "I came to visit the children of the orphanage on behalf of the village." Nono swallowed hard, her face anxious as she said, "Danzo, please don't recruit anyone from the orphanage. They are just a group of poor children." Danzo narrowed his eyes. "You know better than I do what Root's duty is. If we didn't bear the darkness in secret, the village wouldn't have the peace it enjoys today. They have enjoyed Konoha's tranquility, so they naturally need to contribute to the village. Do you expect me to abandon the recruitment of orphans from outside the village and instead cultivate the children within the village? Isn't that a bit selfish of you?" Faced with the pressure Danzo exerted, Nono was at a loss for words. Danzo was different from the previous Root ninjas who had visited. He was a powerful figure in the village. With his strength and influence, he could easily crush a mere orphanage. But if he demanded she hand over the children, she could not comply. It seemed there was only one option left, to exchange herself for the other children at the orphanage. After all, she had come from the orphanage herself and was more useful than the children. Just then, noticing something was off, Kabuto put down the broom he was holding and walked over. Kabuto glanced at the tense Nono and then at the darkly imposing Danzo, quickly grasping the situation. "Director, is this old gentleman someone you know?" Chapter 171, Kabuto and Kakashi, Part 2. After seeing Kabuto approach him, Danzo squinted slightly, examining the young boy before him with interest and not in a creepy way. But as expected, this boy was likely from the orphanage. However, unlike other war orphans, this boy appeared much braver, with eyes filled with a maturity uncommon for his age. A child like this would be well suited to be trained in the Root and later sent as a spy to enemy ninja villages. Seeing Danzo take an interest in Kabuto, Nono became very anxious and quickly went to protect the child. "Lord Danzo, he is a kind-hearted child, not at all suitable for training in the Root." Hearing this, Danzo glanced coldly at Nono and sternly replied, "Director Nono, the Root doesn't just recruit ninjas randomly. It's always voluntary and based on initiative." Nono didn't believe Danzo's nonsense at all. Being from the Root herself, she knew far better than anyone how dark the Root truly was. Once someone joined the Root, they would be reduced to nothing more than a tool, and the training process in the Root was extremely brutal. The only place in the ninja world that could compare was the Bloody Mist Village. Waving his hand, Danzo didn't allow Nono to speak further and instead turned to Kabuto. "I am Danzo Shimura, an advisor to the Hokage. I've come here to recruit subordinates. Are you willing to leave the orphanage and serve me and the village?" Kabuto glanced at Danzo, then at Nono, and asked, "If I become your subordinate, does that mean I'll become a ninja?" "I've always wanted to become a ninja so I can protect everyone in the orphanage." Kabuto's simple and sincere dream made Danzo smile. He then began to paint a promising picture like nth times he did with hundreds of other children before. Of course, my subordinates are ninjas and elite ones at that. Once you become my subordinate, I will personally train you until you are strong enough to stand on your own as a ninja. At that moment, from a distance, Nono gave Kabuto a signal, indicating that he should refuse immediately. Seeing Nono's signal, Kabuto hesitated before saying to Danzo, "The director doesn't seem to want me to leave. I think I'll stay here for now." Danzo's expression suddenly turned serious. "Are you really planning to stay here? The orphanage can't take care of you forever. Sooner or later, you'll have to face reality." With that, Danzo began walking out of the orphanage. After Danzo left, Nono let out a sigh of relief. She walked over to Kabuto and gently patted his head. "I was so worried about you just now. I'm glad you didn't agree to his request." Kabuto curiously asked, "Director, is he really an advisor to the Hokage? Why are you so afraid of him?" Nono sighed softly and replied, "Yes, Lord Danzo is indeed a Hokage advisor and has great power in the village. But whatever you do, don't become his subordinate. It's too dangerous there." Seeing Nono's gloomy expression, Kabuto sighed inwardly. He had already learned of Danzo's identity during the Nine Tails incident, and under Lord Byakuya's guidance, he had witnessed Danzo's actions in preventing the police force from heading to the battlefield. Although he didn't fully understand why Danzo stopped the police force, he knew that only a bad person would do something like that. Moreover, while sweeping the courtyard earlier, he had overheard the conversation between Danzo and the director. Coupled with the previous visits from the Root Ninjas, Kabuto knew that Danzo wouldn't give up easily. Danzo's purpose in coming here was not only to recruit the orphans but also to recruit the director. Although the director appeared kind and gentle, in reality, she was a ninja from the village. Kabuto realized this after learning the chakra refinement technique and officially becoming a ninja himself. To make Danzo give up, there were only two options: either the director agreed to Danzo's conditions, or Kabuto volunteered to join Danzo's organization. Kabuto leaned more toward the second option. He had become a ninja to protect the orphanage, his home. For this home, the director was like a mother to them all, and as the oldest child, Kabuto felt he was the most suitable person to sacrifice and contribute for the sake of this family. Danzo's visit to recruit from the orphanage was surely something that Lord Byakuya had anticipated. Lord Byakuya was a ninja far more powerful than Danzo. Both in strength and strategy, he surpassed Danzo, who was viewed as an enemy of the orphanage. Kabuto knew he had to act according to Lord Byakuya's plans. He couldn't just stay in the orphanage and rely on the director's protection forever. That night, while the director and the others were asleep, Kabuto quietly slipped out of the orphanage. He had been doing this for several months now, sneaking out every night to train in the ninjutsu that Lord Byakuya had provided, silently enhancing his own abilities. But this time, he wasn't going out to train. He was going to meet someone. After leaving the orphanage for about 50 meters, Kabuto encountered Danzo, who was hiding in the shadows in a corner. Kabuto, feeling nervous, said, Lord Danzo." Danzo glanced at Kabuto as if trying to see through him with his gaze. After observing Kabuto for a long time, Danzo couldn't figure out much. He stroked his chin and slowly said, "Kabuto, stop pretending. I knew you would come, and you knew I'd be waiting here for you. Earlier, if I remember correctly, the orphanage received a few donations this year, but it's still far from enough to cover expenses, right?" Hearing this, Kabuto's expression changed slightly. He then looked shocked and said, "Lord Danzo, you already know? How did you figure out what I was thinking?" Danzo reveled in Kabuto's shock and said indifferently, "Reading people's intentions is part of the Roots training. Of course, I know what you dissent. If you join the Root, I'll immediately provide funds to the orphanage and promise not to recruit any more children. Having you will be enough." Upon hearing this, Kabuto no longer hesitated and quickly said, Lord Danzo, if you really keep your word, I'll be your subordinate from now on." The next morning, Kabuto, led by Danzo, walked into the root training base. The base was located in the back mountains of Konoha village. After passing through a cross-shaped courtyard, the two entered the base and saw a group of root ninjas inside the training grounds. When the root ninjas saw Danzo, they all lowered their heads in respect. Seeing this, Kabuto couldn't deny feeling nervous. Although he had witnessed the chaos caused by the Ninetales, back then, he had Lord Byakuya by his side at that time. Now, he was relying solely on himself. After the Ninetales rampage, Lord Byakuya had stopped communicating and seemed to have left Konoha. Perhaps it was because Kabuto had joined the root, and Lord Byakuya feared being detected by Danzo or other root ninjas. Kabuto knew if that happened, he would be exposed. Just as Kabuto was about to say something to Danzo, he was handed over to a jonin from the root. The jonin was Ryoma Aburame. Glancing at the bewildered and naive-looking Kabuto, Ryoma silently shook his head. Another unfortunate soul was forced into the root. He remembered how he had been tricked into joining the root years ago. If it weren't for his talent and luck, he would never have risen to his current position as Danzo's second-in-command. Looking at the roster, Ryoma said, "So, you're the new recruit, Kabuto. Lord Danzo has already mentioned your name to me. Soon, someone will come to provide you with clothes, bedding, and the books you'll need to study. For now, you can get acquainted with the others or do nothing at all." "All right," Kabuto nodded and asked, "What's your name, senpai? How should I address you?" At the word senpai, Ryoma's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. After glancing around warily, he said with a lingering sense of dread, "Just call me Ryoma. And don't use the term senpai." "Why?" Kabuto was puzzled. He was used to being polite. Ryoma recalled past events involving Lord Byakuya's explosive rage, then shook his head and said, "Because I hate that title, and Lord Danzo doesn't like it either. By the way, since you've joined the root, you'll need to give yourself a codename. Root ninjas have no past, and we address each other by codenames." Kabuto, obedient as always, replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Ryoma. But is Ryoma also a codename?" "No, that's just my actual name." Seeing Kabuto's puzzled look, Ryoma added, "I used to have a codename, but once you reach the jonin level, codenames don't really matter anymore." Kabuto nodded. His conversation with Ryoma had provided him with a lot of useful information. Just as Kabuto was about to ask another question, Danzo appeared again, this time accompanied by a white-haired boy with a masked face. The white-haired boy exuded an air of indifference, his eyes devoid of life. Ryoma also noticed the boy and commented with a sigh, "Lord Danzo is truly remarkable, even Kakashi has been recruited into the root." "Kakashi?" "Ryoma, you accidentally leaked information about the new recruit." Ryoma waved his hand dismissively and said in the tone of a seasoned veteran, "Kabuto, Kakashi isn't some newcomer. He's the village's youngest jonin and a prominent figure from back in the day. Although I'm currently much stronger than he is, the future is unpredictable." "Well then, I've already said too much today. Knowing too much without understanding the need for secrecy can be very dangerous." After warning Kabuto one last time, Ryoma left the training grounds. At that moment, Kakashi, who was following Danzo, noticed Kabuto in the training area, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The boy in the training field was far too young. Typically, a ninja would need to graduate from the academy and pass the Chunin exams to join the ANBU or root. Only with Chunin-level skills could one qualify for high-level missions in those organizations. But this child appeared several years younger than Kakashi. Could he already have the skills of a Chunin? Or was this one of Danzo's secret protégés, not recorded in the official ninja records? As Kakashi let his thoughts wander, he stopped paying attention to the boy. He had grown accustomed to such things. Whether this child was a genius who graduated early or a ninja secretly trained by Danzo, it had nothing to do with him. All Kakashi wanted now was to complete his missions and numb himself from his thoughts. After a brief moment of eye contact, Kabuto caught Kakashi's gaze. He could tell from Kakashi's eyes that he understood this person's inner world. Reflecting on the boastful and talkative Ryoma earlier, Kabuto began to form a new understanding of the root. Previously, he had believed that all root ninjas were mere tools, devoid of emotions. But now, he realized that root ninjas indeed had emotions, they just suppressed them intentionally. If these emotions were not released, these ninjas would eventually suffer psychological issues and possibly become mentally twisted. Some might even end up committing suicide. Kabuto thought to himself that he, too, would soon become one of them. He could only hope for good luck, that he could quickly gain enough strength to protect himself in this brutal environment, and one day return to the orphanage. About 10 minutes later, Kakashi entered the training ground. What seemed like a rare and unlikely encounter earlier, now had them standing close to each other, but both were too socially awkward to initiate conversation. After a moment of hesitation, Kabuto took the initiative and asked, "Kakashi-senpai, why did you join the root? I've heard Ryoma mention you. You're known as a genius in the village." Kakashi glanced at Kabuto and chose not to respond. As Kakashi stared at him, Kabuto muttered to himself, "Kakashi-senpai, I joined because I want to become a ninja to protect my family. I assume you're here for the same reason. To become a ninja and protect family?" Kakashi frowned. If Kabuto wanted to become a ninja, shouldn't he have gone to the Ninja Academy? Why would he join the root? But after thinking it over, it made sense. For those outside of the village's main children, becoming a ninja wasn't so easy. Danzo likely saw potential in Kabuto and brought him into the root for training. However, those without formal Ninja Academy education would find it hard to leave the root and serve elsewhere. The mention of protecting family, however, struck a chord with Kakashi. It seemed he no longer had anyone left to protect. The only reason he kept living was to see the world in place of his fallen comrades, but even then, the world was too dark to bother. With a touch of self-deprecation, Kakashi said, "Then, work hard and strengthen yourself to protect your family. As for me, I no longer have anyone left to protect, they've all left already." Chapter 172, Uchiha and Hidden Cloud Village, Kumogakure. While Kakashi and Kabuto were chatting idly in the root, the Uchiha clan district next door was bustling with activity. Upon hearing that Fugaku Uchiha had been appointed as the deputy commander of the front line, the Uchiha clansmen erupted with excitement. A deputy commander was still a commander, and in the past, only core members aligned with the Hokage had ever held such a position. The fact that the upper echelons of Konoha had now entrusted Fugaku with the role of deputy commander meant that the Uchiha clan was one step closer to the Hokage seat. All that was left was to defeat the invading Hidden Cloud forces, and with the weight of that victory, they could push forward to contest for the position of Hokage. Moreover, after experiencing the life and death trials of war, many among the clan would likely awaken the three-tomo Sharingan. While the Uchiha doves felt deeply uneasy about the clansmen's reaction, fearing war and the loss of loved ones, they couldn't deny that this war had been provoked by Kumogakure village. Surrendering without a fight was not an option. As a result, the clansmen and doves of the Uchiha clan united for the moment. In just half a day, the Uchiha organized several elite squads to join the main forces headed to the front lines. Shursui Uchiha was naturally a member of one of these squads. As one of the strongest within the clan, he couldn't avoid the Hokage's orders, and his loyalty to the village left him no room to back down. However, after his recent conversation with Itachi, the words of Byakuya kept echoing in his mind. The Uchiha will never become Hokage. Any Uchiha who dreams of becoming Hokage is doomed to unhappiness. Shursui tried to forget those words, but whenever he saw the fervor for war among his clansmen, they resurfaced in his mind. He sighed softly, pulling himself from his wandering thoughts. Although he personally had no desire to become Hokage, he couldn't force his clan to give up on that dream. After all, how many shinobi in Konoha didn't aspire to become the Hokage? The Hokage title not only represented glory but also the power to lead the entire village. At that moment, his teammate Tekka noticed Shursui's troubled expression and approached. "Shursui, you don't look well. Is something on your mind?" The third member of their team, another Uchiha, also chimed in, "If something's bothering you, feel free to share. Maybe we can help." Shursui glanced at the two of them before replying, I do have some concerns. I've been thinking that maybe the Uchiha don't need to pursue the Hokage position. As long as we remain in the police force, that should be enough. Also, it's not good for the police force to be exclusively controlled by the Uchiha. We should let more shinobi from other clans join. Hearing this, Tekka frowned, his expression turning serious. Shursui, do you realize what you're saying? Our Uchiha clan co-founded this village with the Senju. How can we give up on the Hokage seat? And the police force was a reward given to us by the second Hokage. It rightfully belongs to the Uchiha. Besides, have you ever seen the third or fourth Hokage inviting Uchiha members into their ranks? The departments of the Hokage are also controlled by their allies, not to mention the medical and intelligence divisions, which are monopolized by other clans. Shursui, you may be talented, but you're still too naive with these idealistic thoughts. Shursui opened his mouth to speak but closed it again only to speak finally, if the Uchiha don't open up the police force, we will remain isolated from the village. If this continues, we'll be pushed to the edge. Tekka shot Shursui a dark look and said, why do you always side with outsiders? With our Uchiha strength, we deserve more. With that, Tekka quickened his pace, clearly no longer interested in discussing the matter. Seeing the reactions of his teammates, Shursui sighed inwardly. He had anticipated this outcome. His clansmen would never understand his feelings. Moreover, Tekka was wrong about one thing. The Uchiha were nowhere near as strong as the Hokage's faction. Even if the clan were united, they might barely match the strength of one of the legendary Sannin, but standing against the combined might of all those aligned with the Hokage? There was no hope of winning. The three of them, all Jonin, quickly made their way to the borders of the Land of Fire. A few days later, when they were about 10 kilometers from the national border, Shursui sensed something and signaled his teammates to halt. After a few moments, they spotted a squad of shinobi in the distance. The squad wore Konoha headbands, but their cautious demeanor suggested they were no ordinary group. Judging by their movements, they seemed to be around Chunin level in strength. Seeing this, Tekka was puzzled. Normally, when encountering allies, they would go over and greet them, right? Shursui gently shook his head and explained, the only Konoha shinobi on Kumogakure front lines are either support squads like ours or defensive squads stationed at the front. Neither type of ninja would be moving so casually. Unless I'm mistaken, this group is likely a hidden cloud unit that has infiltrated the Land of Fire. After hearing Shursui's analysis, Tekka's expression became grim. The three of them exchanged glances before activating their Sharingan and stepping out from the cover of the bushes. At that moment, the enemy squad also noticed them. The instant they saw the Sharingan, their faces turned pale, and without hesitation, they turned and fled. They had only just been assigned the mission to infiltrate the Land of Fire, but they were unlucky enough to encounter Uchiha shinobi. The Uchiha, with their innate Sharingan, were nearly invincible in one-on-one combat at the Chunin and lower levels. The Sharingan's Jinjutsu made it dangerous to even look them in the eye, and its dynamic vision gave Uchiha shinobi a significant edge in taijutsu. On top of that, their Uchiha bloodline endowed them with considerable chakra reserves. The Uchiha were often regarded as perfect shinobi with no apparent weaknesses. Additionally, the disguises the enemy squad wore might fool regular Konoha ninjas, but not Uchiha or Hyuga shinobi. The bloodline of their dojutsu, eye techniques, significantly enhanced their perception abilities, making it nearly impossible to deceive them. As the suspected Hidden Cloud squad attempted to flee, Shursui and his comrades exchanged glances, each selecting a target. In a flash, they vanished from their positions. Tekka and Yakumo activated their Sharingan Jinjutsu, immediately trapping two Cloud Ninja in illusions, rendering them motionless. As for the Chunin squad leader, he stood no chance against Shursui. With a single strike severing his Achilles tendon, Shursui captured him effortlessly. The entire skirmish was over in less than half a minute. After such a swift victory, Tekka boasted, they say Kumogakure is the second most powerful village after Konoha, but these Cloud Ninjas aren't much of a deal. Fighting the bloodline limit shinobi of the Hidden Mist was far more exciting. Shursui smiled slightly but chose not to burst Tekka's bubble. Their squad consisted of jonin with fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan. Unless they encountered legendary figures like the Sannin or the Kage, they could hold their own in most battles, especially against mere chunin. Approaching the captured Cloud Ninja, Shursui used Jinjutsu to control the squad leader, who had been attempting to commit suicide. However, during the interrogation, Shursui's expression became serious. This wasn't just any Cloud Ninja squad, they were members of Kumogakure's Umbu, and their minds had been sealed with a forbidden jutsu that erased vital information. Forcibly removing this seal would destroy their brains. Tekka frowned. Can we extract any intel? Shursui nodded grimly. The squad leader's mind is sealed. It'll be impossible to crack in a short time. The others likely have similar seals. Upon hearing this, Tekka raised a kunai, ready to stab one of the prisoners through the heart. But just as he was about to strike, one of the Cloud Ninja broke free from the Jinjutsu and shouted, "Don't kill me. I don't have any seals. I know some important information." Tekka glared at him impatiently. "Tell us, and if the information is useful, we might let you live." Before the Cloud Ninja could speak further, Shursui immediately used his Sharingan to read his memories directly. After processing the intel, Shursui's face turned grave. "Tekka, Yakumo, we need to find Jiraiya-sama and Commander Fugaku immediately. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, has already infiltrated the Land of Fire." As soon as these words left his mouth, the Uchiha squad's expressions changed, and they quickened their pace. 3 hours later, Shursui arrived at the frontline command center. Inside, only a few people were present: Jiraiya, the frontline commander, Fugaku Uchiha, the deputy commander, and the clan heads of the Inoshikacho trio, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka. Seeing Shursui enter with such a serious expression, Fugaku immediately asked, "Shursui, is there an urgent matter to report?" Without wasting any time, Shursui relayed the information they had extracted. Upon hearing that the Two-Tails Jinchuriki had infiltrated the Land of Fire, Jiraiya, Fugaku, and the other leaders' faces all turned grim. For Fugaku and the Inoshikacho trio, dealing with a Jinchuriki wouldn't be impossible. The secret techniques of the Inoshikacho were powerful enough to hold their own against Kage-level opponents in the short term, and the Uchiha had plenty of skilled jonin with fully developed Sharingan who could join the fight. However, this was only true if they had prior preparation. In a sudden encounter, they would likely be overwhelmed. The most terrifying aspect of a Jinchuriki was their destructive power. If the Two-Tails fired a tailed beast bomb at a city within the Land of Fire, the devastation would be catastrophic. Though the likelihood of such an event was low, they couldn't afford to dismiss the possibility. Konoha currently lacked a Jinchuriki of their own to balance the scales, making this a highly asymmetric conflict. At this point, Choza and Inoichi turned their gazes toward Jiraiya. All their hopes rested on him, as he was the only one in the camp who could face a Jinchuriki in one-on-one combat. If Jiraiya could step in and neutralize the threat of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, the situation would be resolved quickly. During the last Shinobi World War, Orochimaru had managed to assassinate Kumogakure's Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, which had turned the tide of battle in Konoha's favor. Jiraiya looked down at the report, deep in thought. During the war with the Wagakure, he fought against the Four-Tails and Five-Tails Jinchuriki multiple times. Based on his experiences back then, neither he nor Minato could defeat them in their full-tailed beast forms. The reason was simple: while they could suppress the Jinchuriki, they couldn't penetrate the defenses of a fully transformed tailed beast. As the battle dragged on, they would run out of chakra and lose the advantage. It wasn't until Minato developed the Rasengan, inspired by the principles of the tailed beast bomb, that they gained a fighting chance against Jinchuriki in direct combat. Now, several years had passed, and Jiraiya's strength had improved considerably. With the aid of the Toad Elders, Fukasaku and Shima, he could enter Sage Mode, which further boosted his power. Facing a young Jinchuriki like Yujito ni wouldn't be too difficult. But the pressure on Kumogakure front wasn't just from the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. There was also the fearsome duo known as the AB combo. O was the fourth Raikage, I. In his early 30s, I possessed strength and chakra reserves comparable to a tailed beast. Meanwhile, B was Killer B, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, whose power was on par with that of the 5 Kage. Compared to the teenage Yujito Ni, these two were the real backbone that empowered Kumogakure to dare to wage war. Jiraiya couldn't think of anyone in the shinobi world capable of matching the AB combo, unless Tsunade and Orochimaru were willing to team up again to recreate the glory of the Sannin. With that thought, Jiraiya sighed lightly, uncertain of how to face the current challenging situation. Perhaps they could only wait for the old man or Orochimaru to arrive with reinforcements, otherwise, this frontline camp wouldn't hold out much longer. Shikaku saw through Jiraiya's thoughts and spoke slowly, "Lord Jiraiya, you must remain here at the command center to prevent the 4th Hokage from launching a surprise attack. You won't have the opportunity to deal with the 2 Tails Jinchuriki. For now, we can only report this information to the 3rd Hokage and request additional reinforcements." Shikaku's suggestion was sound, and it garnered agreement from Jiraiya and the others. Their main objective was to stabilize the front line and keep the conflict as close to the border as possible. Once the other forces arrived, they could counterattack Kumogakure. After hearing Shikaku's proposal, Fugaku frowned, his gaze shifting repeatedly over the sand table and the map. Shikaku truly was from a military strategist family, his advice was prudent. As long as they could solidify the front line, Kumogakure would eventually seek peace talks if they couldn't achieve any significant victories. After all, wars are fought for gains, not merely to vent frustrations. However, this strategy was not favorable for the Uchiha. The Uchiha needed accomplishments, they required impressive achievements to alter the villagers' perceptions of them and to gain more influence through their contributions to the war. If they secured victory in this manner, the Uchiha would receive no credit at all. Should they maintain stability and ultimately miss the opportunity, or should they strive to seize a slim chance for themselves? After much contemplation, Fugaku had found his answer. He took a deep breath and said to Jiraiya, "Lord Jiraiya, Shikaku, leave the task of capturing the 2 Tails Jinchuriki to the Uchiha. We will capture Yujito Ni alive and use her as leverage in negotiations with Kumogakure village." The moment Fugaku made this declaration, Jiraiya and Shikaku turned to him with surprised expressions. Jiraiya couldn't help but caution him, "Fugaku, defeating a Jinchuriki isn't simple, and capturing one alive is even more challenging. Are you really willing to take on this task?" Fugaku nodded slightly and replied, "Don't worry, Jiraiya. Although the Jinchuriki is powerful, she fears the Sharingan Jinjutsu. In front of the Uchiha, she won't be a threat." Upon hearing this, Shursue's expression changed slightly. Why was Fugaku taking on such a task? Not to mention that the clan had never fought a Jinchuriki before. The Sharingan could suppress tailed beasts, but it couldn't completely neutralize a Jinchuriki. Fugaku paused briefly before continuing, "Furthermore, as long as she's within the land of fire, the safety of its citizens is at risk. The Uchiha will not allow this situation to continue." Seeing Fugaku's resolute demeanor, Jiraiya didn't want to dampen the morale of the meeting. Sticking to the principle of steady and careful planning, Jiraiya reminded him, "While I entrust the task of dealing with the 2 Tails intrusion to you, I won't make this mission public. It's okay if it isn't completed. If you do succeed, I will certainly commend you to the old man. Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya. The Uchiha will definitely capture the Jinchuriki alive." With that, Fugaku walked toward Shursui, intending to discuss strategies for capturing the 2 Tails Jinchuriki immediately. Witnessing this exchange, Nara Shikaku had a look that suggested he was watching a fool. He couldn't fathom why the Uchiha would take on such a mission. Didn't they realize how poor their standing was within the village? Even if they succeeded in capturing the Jinchuriki, it wouldn't benefit the Uchiha much. After all, if the Sharingan could control the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, controlling the 9 Tails Jinchuriki wouldn't be a stretch either. This could potentially lead to the Uchiha being blamed for the previous 9 Tails incident. If they failed, their reputation would suffer even further. Couldn't they see that being appointed as deputy commander was merely placing the blame on them? Shaking his head inwardly, Shikaku chose not to voice his concerns. The Uchiha's power struggles with the Hokage's faction had nothing to do with him. As the leader of the military strategist clan, he understood that the best strategy was to stay neutral. That way, he could always position himself on the winning side. Chapter 173, Logistics. In Shikaku's view, while Fugaku was indeed a capable deputy commander, his responsibilities were limited to overseeing patrols, reconnaissance, and defensive tasks on the front lines. The authority to assign tasks was significant, but it often involved doing things that would upset others, much like the duties of a security force. If the Uchiha were to act as arrogantly as they had in the past, deliberately assigning their clan members to safer and easier positions, it would surely cause dissatisfaction among the lower-ranked shinobi and further diminish the Uchiha's influence. Conversely, if the Uchiha were to take the lead, the intense conditions on the battlefield against Kumogakure would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties for them. Unless the Uchiha could endure significant losses and successfully capture the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, they would again find themselves at a disadvantage in the power struggle between the higher-ups and their clan. After Fugaku left the command room with Shisui, discussions continued among the others in the room. After addressing the emergency situation of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki infiltrating the Land of Fire, Jiraiya and Shikaku shifted their focus to strategic considerations. From the existing reconnaissance reports, it was clear that the invading forces from Kumogakure numbered around 4,000, launching their attack from the Land of Water and the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. In the Land of Water, Kumogakure was primarily advancing with a large contingent, while the hidden hot water village within its borders, despite having signed a treaty with Konoha, had no real capability for resistance and could only be slaughtered at will. Meanwhile, the enemy along the eastern coastline consisted of smaller units conducting raids. Currently, Jiraiya was mainly responsible for the front lines in the Land of Water, while the Uchiha were tasked with defending against smaller enemy incursions and conducting activities within the Land of Water. After a thorough discussion, Jiraiya and the others had nearly finalized their upcoming strategic deployment. At this moment, Nara Shikaku took out a report and said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, aside from the imminent pressure from Kumogakure, there's something else that requires your attention." "What is it?" Jiraiya asked, puzzled. Shikaku handed the report to Jiraiya and continued, "There's a problem with logistics. Our food reserves and military rations can only sustain us for 2 weeks, while strategic supplies like kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags can last a maximum of 3 days. Moreover, as the war continues, medical supplies will also face shortages." "Only 3 days left? We never lacked these before. The old man promised me he would provide sufficient funding." Jiraiya's lips twitched, and his head began to ache. He had previously served as the commander on the front lines against Iwagakure, but he had never faced a shortage of supplies. How could Konoha lack these strategic resources? Seemingly sensing Jiraiya's thoughts, Shikaku spoke with a hint of resignation, "Lord Jiraiya, that was the past, this is the present." After the Third Shinobi World War, everyone in the village believed that wars wouldn't break out easily again, so they reduced their orders for weapon production. Additionally, the peace led to a drop in weapon prices, so no one is producing kunai or explosive tags anymore. It's not a matter of money or procurement capability. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya scratched his head and asked Shikaku, "Is there a way to solve the supply shortage?" Shikaku nodded slightly and said, "There are 2 possible solutions. First, we need the village to quickly produce weapons and send them to the front lines. Second, we can only seek aid from other shinobi villages to procure military supplies." Who would sell supplies to Konoha? Jiraiya fell into thought and quickly recalled Amigakure led by Yahiko and the others. Given his relationship with them, procuring supplies from Amigakure should be relatively easy. But Jiraiya was unsure how to approach his disciples about it. Did this mean that in order for Konoha to achieve victory in this war, the master would have to procure a large amount of military equipment? Shikaku noticed Jiraiya's hesitation and said slowly, "Lord Jiraiya, have you thought of a solution?" Jiraiya nodded slightly and then replied, "Amigakure, which has been in a constant state of readiness, should have accumulated quite a bit of military supplies. However, I'm not sure if I can convince them to sell military resources, since they are merely the heirs. the true leader of Amigakure is still Hanzo of the Salamander. Hearing this, Shikaku smiled and said, "Since Lord Jiraiya is reluctant to speak, I can write a letter on your behalf. As long as it gets to them, that should suffice." Jiraiya sighed softly. "I guess we'll have to do it that way." After Fugaku and Shisui left the command room, they immediately headed towards the Uchiha camp. Shisui gradually came to a halt and looked at Fugaku's back, puzzled. "Fugaku-sama, why are you so eager to take on the task of capturing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki?" Fugaku glanced at Shisui and replied, "Of course, it's to protect the village. Additionally, I'm preparing for the elections after the war. I plan to follow the Fourth Hokage's example and use my military achievements to become Hokage." Shisui fell silent. He couldn't find any reason to refute Fugaku. Fugaku was acting for the village and for the clan. If the Uchiha could truly become Hokage through contributions and the trust of the villagers, it would not be a bad outcome. However, after all this time, he couldn't forget what Byakuya had said, and he felt very conflicted and lost. He didn't know whether to believe in his clan and the village or in Byakuya's prophecy. The former was his faith, supporting him through over 10 years, while the latter was the brutal reality. Seeing Shisui lost in thought, Fugaku was surprised but didn't think much of it. Though Shisui was one of the clan's top geniuses, his age meant he hadn't experienced significant setbacks, which was likely why he continued to oppose Fugaku's views within the village. As time passed, Shisui would eventually understand Fugaku's good intentions. Everything he did was for the Uchiha, and he felt no shame in that. Upon reaching the Uchiha camp, they found only about 10 Uchiha shinobi present, with the rest still on their way and not expected to gather for a few more days. Nevertheless, the impatient Fugaku announced his decision to everyone. After a lively discussion, all the Uchiha shinobi present agreed with this decision. However, there was an ongoing debate over who would pursue the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. After pondering for a moment, Fugaku looked at Shisui, Tekka, and others, saying, "Shisui, the task of capturing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki will be assigned to you. Once you gather information, inform us immediately." Upon hearing this command, Shisui initially thought Fugaku was targeting him. However, there were only about a dozen Jonin in the clan who had awakened the Three-Tomo Sharingan, and he was one of the top among them. Such a dangerous task could only be entrusted to him. Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen along the way, Shisui thought to himself. Chapter 174, Financial Report of Amigakure. 3 months had passed since Kumogakure initiated its war. During these 3 months, Konoha and Cloud engaged in numerous battles on the front lines. Thanks to the combined efforts of Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, and many elite shinobi from various clans, Konoha barely managed to stop the offensive of the Fourth Hokage and Killer Bee, preventing the Cloud forces from advancing further into the Land of Fire. On the eastern coastal battlefield, leveraging the power of bloodline users, Konoha achieved considerable success, holding back Cloud's elite troops at the coastline and launching flank attacks. Surprisingly, the bloodline limit that shone brightly on the Cloud battlefield was not the Uchiha's Sharingan but rather the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The Byakugan's range extended for over 10 kilometers, allowing for effective strategy formulation to prevent Cloud forces from landing. Moreover, the Byakugan's ability to see chakra pathways gave the Hyuga ninjas a significant advantage in combat. With their family's secret technique, the Gentle Fist, they could often defeat shinobi of equal rank swiftly, and even when facing multiple enemies, they only faced slight disadvantages. The rise of the Byakugan led the ninjas in the camp to admire the depth of the Hyuga clan, while simultaneously derailing Fugaku's plans for military merit and rising in rank. This development also sparked hostility from the Uchiha toward the Hyuga. Both clans began debating which was the true strongest Jujutsu technique in the village, the dynamic vision of the Sharingan or the penetrating capability of the Byakugan. Jiraiya watched the Uchiha and Hyuga squabble but was too preoccupied to deal with such trivial matters. Firstly, since the Senju clan integrated into Konoha, the Uchiha and Hyuga had been vying for the title of the strongest ninja clan. Secondly, the situation on the front lines was not as smooth as anticipated. Although he had led the troops to resist the attacks from Kumogakure, the land of hot water had fallen into Cloud's hands. If the current situation continued, the land of hot water would eventually become Cloud's possession, which might be Kumogakure's original strategic goal. However, that was something the old man absolutely could not accept. There had to be buffer countries between Konoha and the other major ninja villages, otherwise, the pressure on the borders would be immense. Doubling the existing number of ninjas was not a feasible option. Apart from this was the logistical issue. Ever since Shikaku's letter was sent to Amigakure, military supplies had kept pace with consumption. However, the quantity of supplies needed for the war exceeded his expectations. The old man had recently begun complaining about financial issues, urging him to be more frugal. If this continued, the village would be unable to produce enough cash for payments and would have to defer payments temporarily, hoping to settle them after receiving war reparations. One troubling matter after another left Jiraiya increasingly frustrated, growing to dislike the Hokage position even more. As a frontline commander, he was already overwhelmed with so many responsibilities. Becoming Hokage would mean spending 24 hours a day in an office. It was simply a cage that restricted a ninja's freedom. Meanwhile, a monthly high-level meeting was taking place within Amigakure. Once everyone was seated, Yahiko took a deep breath and said, "It has been 3 months since Kumogakure launched its attack on Konoha. Although our Amigakure hasn't directly participated in the war, we have been significantly affected. Firstly, the trade routes to the Land of Fire have been disrupted. Many wandering ninjas have taken advantage of the situation to attack merchant caravans, causing considerable trouble for the village. Secondly, the orders from Konoha have put a lot of pressure on our village's production." At this point, Yahiko deliberately paused, his expression grave. Seeing this, Nagato felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. Did this mean the village would be drawn into this battlefield? However, Byakuya remained calm since he understood the village's situation and was looking forward to Yahiko's next remarks. At this moment, Yahiko glanced at Konan, who immediately took out the financial report and, with a blank expression, said, "In the past 2 months, the village's financial income has increased several times as we've earned what we would typically make in several years. If the war continues, we could earn even more." Hearing this, Nagato asked, somewhat confused, "Isn't it a good thing for the village to make money?" "Yahiko, why do you look unhappy? With this money, the village can develop and build up significantly. If we can fully construct the water conservancy projects within the Land of Rain, the children won't have to go hungry anymore." Byakuya patted Nagato on the back and chuckled. Yahiko is conflicted inside. He doesn't know whether to continue the arms trade because it involves the organization's principles. Yahiko's dream is world peace. He wants to facilitate a treaty between Cloud and Leaf to achieve that peace. But the profits from selling arms and medical supplies in Amigakure are too substantial. This goes against the organization's ideals, yet we have to do it to develop the organization. After listening to Byakuya's analysis, Nagato understood Yahiko's mental state. However, he had long moved beyond Yahiko's ideals and developed his own understanding. After gathering his thoughts, Nagato spoke up, "Yahiko, I think you don't need to be so conflicted. Our capabilities are still limited since till now, we can only operate within Amigakure. Besides, we are selling to Konoha, which didn't initiate this war. Everything we do is for world peace." "Well said, fam." Nagato's statement prompted Byakuya to applaud. As expected from the original Pain, who brought suffering to the world in later years, he could present the arms trade as something noble, claiming that Amigakure sold arms for peace. However, these platitudes weren't what mattered most. What truly counted was securing tangible funds. If possible, Byakuya intended to prolong the war as long as possible, allowing Leaf and Cloud to bleed each other dry and even sell off core interests. For example, Konoha's bloodline limits and secret techniques, as well as Kumogakure's body enhancement techniques and chakra application skills. But this situation couldn't last long. The very fact that Konoha had to issue IOUs for arms trade indicated that they had little war potential left, and the same was likely true for Kumogakure. Next, it would be the Akatsuki's turn to make a move. With this thought in mind, Byakuya turned to Yahiko and said, "Yahiko, Nagato is right as we are on the side of justice. However, relying solely on the arms trade isn't wise. When the time is right, let's step in to mediate this battlefield." Byakuya's words fell like a boulder into a lake, stirring up great waves in Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato's hearts. This Byakuya, this murder child, who loves chaos and bloodbath, was talking about mediation? They looked at Byakuya with incredulous eyes and then asked in confusion, "Really? Byakuya, you won't take the opportunity to profit but instead choose to mediate this war?" Byakuya nodded, "Why, of course. After all, I've always loved peace." Chapter 175, Byakuya's Prophecy. Despite harboring doubts about Byakuya's motives, Yahiko took the initiative to ask, "Byakuya, when would be the right time to encourage Konoha and Kumo to hold peace talks?" Byakuya gently shook his head and said earnestly, "Yahiko, I know you're anxious, but please be patient. Let me explain the cause and effect of the situation first." Yahiko nodded slightly, and Konan and Nagato also displayed eager expressions, eager for knowledge. After gathering his thoughts, Byakuya turned to Yahiko and asked, "Why do you think Kumogakure chose to attack Konoha?" "To seize control of the land of water and the land of fire, and to claim the title of the strongest ninja village," Yahiko replied. Byakuya nodded and continued, "Then why does Kumogakure dare to attack Konoha? Aren't they afraid of a counterattack from Konoha?" Yahiko pondered for a moment and answered, "It's because Minato-senpai died during the Nine-Tails incident. If Minato-senpai and Kushina were alive, Kumogakure definitely wouldn't be brave enough to attack. Then why has Konoha faced attacks from other ninja villages during previous Ninja World Wars?" Upon hearing this, Yahiko fell into deep thought. He vaguely sensed what Byakuya was implying but couldn't quite grasp it. Seeing this, Byakuya reflected on the situation and said, "The reason Konoha and the Land of Fire have been attacked in past Ninja World Wars is simple: their land is too rich. The Land of Fire occupies nearly 60% of the most valuable land in the ninja world, far surpassing other great nations. This fertile land was secured by the first Hokage and the Shura of the ninja world. With the strength of the first Hokage, he could suppress all ambitious individuals while Konoha relied on the Land of Fire's superior conditions to continuously harvest resources from surrounding great nations, growing ever stronger. However, all of this was built upon the foundation of the first Hokage's life. Once the first Hokage died, wars over the Land of Fire would erupt. Through one victory after another, Konoha barely managed to retain its territory, maintaining a fragile balance. But, oh well, the Nine-Tails incident shattered that balance, allowing Kumogakure, which had preserved considerable strength during the last Ninja World War, to challenge Konoha once again. However, while Kumogakure has the strength to challenge Konoha, I don't believe they will succeed." "Why?" Konan asked curiously. She had always been very attentive to finances but knew little about the strengths and histories of the various ninja villages. Byakuya smiled and replied, "Although Kumogakure has top-tier powerhouses like the Fourth Hokage and the Two-Tails and Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, the quality and quantity of their upper ninja can't compare to Konoha's. Once it enters a war of attrition, no ninja village can outlast Konoha unless Konoha punches its own guts with internal strives." But Konoha had already experienced the Nine-Tails incident. Konan thought inwardly, wondering if Byakuya was getting off track since they were discussing how to promote peace between Kumogakure and Konoha. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Byakuya continued, "To return to the main topic, the reason Kumogakure initiated this invasion is that they have the strength to attack Konoha and seek to claim the title of the strongest ninja village. In my view, we have only three possible ways to stop this war. The first is to assist Kumogakure in completely defeating the Land of Fire, swallowing the Land of Water and parts of the Land of Fire." Upon hearing this, Yahiko shook his head. "We cannot assist Kumogakure." Byakuya then raised his second finger. "The second option is for us to join Konoha as mercenaries. With our accumulated strength over the years, we could help Konoha defeat Kumogakure." Nagato and Konan exchanged glances. The second option sounded appealing. By joining Konoha as mercenaries, they could help resist Kumogakure's invasion while also earning a considerable sum of money to fund the development of the Land of Rain. However, they were still eager to hear the third option, so they all turned to Byakuya. Byakuya revealed a sly smile and raised a third finger, saying meaningfully, "The third option is for us to declare war on both Konoha and Kumogakure simultaneously. As long as we create a common enemy for Konoha and Kumogakure, and push them to the brink of destruction, they will come to understand each other and move towards peace." At these words, the atmosphere in the office instantly became tense and subtle. Byakuya's last suggestion was indeed a good one, but the difficulty of implementation was quite high. After all, how could Amigakure possibly contend with both Konoha and Kumogakure at the same time? If they had that capability, they would have intervened to stop the war long ago. Seeing the others fall into silence, Byakuya chuckled, "I was just joking. What I really mean is that we should wait until Konoha and Kumogakure have exhausted themselves before we intervene in the war. And as for the specific timing, I don't know yet. We'll wait for Jiraiya to seek help on his own." Upon hearing this, Yahiko and the others sighed softly. Byakuya's approach would indeed maximize the interests of the Village of Rain, and they were no longer the hot-blooded youths they once were. As passionate youths, they now realized they need to balance their dreams with reality. However, was it too cruel to wait for their Jiraiya-sensei to come begging for help? After all, he had taught them for 3 years and was like a father to them. At that moment, Yahiko suddenly changed expression and looked toward the door. A puff of smoke appeared at the office entrance, and a young toad tumbled out. This toad looked quite youthful, still retaining a tadpole's tail. Upon seeing Yahiko, it opened its mouth and spat out a scroll, then released itself from the summoning technique. Watching the scene unfold, the ninjas present did not stop the toad from leaving. They all understood that the toad was Jiraiya's summoning creature, coming from Mount Maiboku, and the message it delivered was undoubtedly related to Jiraiya. Byakuya took a few extra glances at the toad, mentally noting its chakra signature. He also felt curious about whether the toad knew of his secret actions, considering that the toad was quite influential in the original timeline. However, the predictions of the Toad Sage were always vague, only offering ambiguous keywords. A ninja with sky-blue eyes is the child of prophecy, pointing occasionally to Nagato with the Rinnegan, then to Minato and Naruto. He thought to himself that he could also come up with some cryptic sayings. The boy with the divine bloodline will ultimately save the world. The chosen one who saves the world is not a summoning beast or a tailed beast, but a living human. While Byakuya mused to himself, Yahiko had already picked up the scroll from the ground. After reading the content of the letter, Yahiko's mouth twitched slightly, his expression turning nuanced as he looked at Byakuya. Noticing the change in Yahiko's expression, Nagato and Konan also leaned in to take a look, and the three of them turned to Byakuya, their faces filled with curiosity. Snapping out of his thoughts, Byakuya noticed their gaze and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you looking at me for? Look at the contents of the letter. Do you expect me to know what it says?" Upon hearing this, Yahiko hesitated, exchanging glances with Nagato and Konan before saying, "Byakuya, you might actually know what's inside. We've finished reading it, and the contents just so happen to respond to your earlier prophecy. Jiraiya-sensei really has come to us for help." That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 7. Peace.